my buddy. You've been upgraded.
Close to the seat of power.
I'm happy right where I'm at.
You guys good?
Sure.
I think we're all there. Yeah, let's just get it going. Good evening, everyone. We'll call the meeting of the Planning Commission from Tuesday, June 7th, 2022 to order. Let's kick off the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Ferguson.
Here.
Gonzalez.
Here.
Nimitz.
Here.
Edley.
Here.
Leonard.
Here.
Walters.
Present.
Thank you. And next on the agenda is review for conflict of interest. Does anyone on the Planning Commission have any conflict of interest that people need to be aware of?
I need to just share something. About a year ago, I went out and I talked to the people at Port Traverse about what was going on out there, and I also talked to Sudbury for a while. I did not make any, I listened a lot, but I didn't make any preconceived, I don't have any preconceived notions, but if anybody has an objection to me, I'm happy to step down. Peters?
I don't think there's any financial.
Conflict of interest, because what you talked about was a different matter, because it was believed at the time, based upon the zoning administrator's decision, that it was an accessory use. That changed over time, and now it's a brand new site plan review, which is subject as part of the use by right in the RP.
I just want to make everybody aware of that.
Oh, thank you for that. With that being said, let's move on to item 4B, approval of the agenda. Any modifications, changes, or are we good to move forward?
You good with it?
Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the agenda for today, see the date?
June 7th.
2022.
Second.
Moved by Mindy, supported by Carl. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you, motion passes. Okay, now on to the meeting minutes from May 17th, special meeting.
One correction.
Yes.
On the second page of the minutes, under 5B, about midway down, Planning Commission has discussed the layout of the plan and comment on items such as housing options, I think speed limits. We have seed limits.
Oh, yeah.
So just make that one correction.
Got it. Any other corrections or modifications?
Now move to accept the minutes as amended.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Paul and seconded by Judy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next on the agenda is public comment. For those of you who are new or have been here before, we're looking for public comment for any agenda items or any items that are not already on the agenda. We'll have, I believe, 3 public hearings this evening. So if there's anything new or outside of that scope, happy to entertain at the lectern with your name and address.
Hi, is this on?
She's saying you're good.
Yep, she says you're
Okay.
good.
All right, yeah, Dave Foote, Rapid City. I'm also with the Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy, overseeing the construction of the Conservation Center. And I just wanted to quickly, just give a heads up that, we're going to be working with Claire over the next month or so to bring back a potential amendment to the Mitchell Creek Overlay District, which currently allows no structures of any type within a stream bed. And we noticed this might be an issue with 2 upcoming projects. One is the trail that we'd like to have from our conservation center down to the creek. We currently have a trail, but it's mowed in. And there's 2 old golf course bridges that are down there that are in really bad shape that, rather than having to reconstruct those because they kind of constrict the creek down there, we'd like to get rid of those concrete structures and put in something much more lighter, like just a standard footbridge that are on helical piers. We just drill in an anchor and put the crossing on top of it. And then the upcoming trail, the 3-mile trail that the township and TART and the Conservancy are working on, is going to require 2 footbridges through the swamp in order to make that east-west connection. And so, I just want to give you the heads up that we saw that need, and so we're working together to try to come up with some good language for you to consider next month.
Got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that update.
Good evening. Chris Cushman, Planning and Management Director with TART Trails in Traverse City. On behalf of TART Trails, I just want to offer our support of your consideration of changing the zoning relating to the Mitchell Creek Protection Area. We want to present the township with a viable, constructible, and an environmentally sensitive project. And we feel that we could do that by utilizing previously disturbed areas and by using boardwalk. But that would involve being within the Mitchell Creek water, protection area. So I just, again, on behalf of Tart Trails, support your consideration of that change.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Kevin Kroglacki. I'm with Gosling Zubek Engineering, and I'd like to reiterate what David and Chris said about potential amendments to the Mitchell Creek overlay zoning language there to allow for some of these non-motorized structures and trails within the buffer area there. We do have experience on doing this in other communities throughout the area with a great amount of success, and there are some very unique and new products out there that allow some of these things to be built with very, very minimal impact, and allowing the opportunity to put it before the township and allowing us to discuss with the other agencies, including soil erosion and EGLE, when it comes to the sensitivities of these areas, the construction and the restoration of them, I think would be very beneficial and could really benefit some potential projects in the township for the public. So,
Awesome. Thank you.
thank you.
Just FYI for everybody, we will be talking about this as it's on the agenda, but that's okay. I'm glad that we got in our licks, and it's good to get that feedback from the professionals in the room. Anybody else? Any other public comment? Not on the agenda. Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's jump into item number 7, correspondence. Looks like we've got a heck of an update here from some of the folks within the community. And Claire, is there anything else that we're missing or need updates on? It looks like we've got elements tied to TC Water Sports, most significantly an updated site plan regarding TC Water Sports as well. Is there anything else we
Yeah,
need to know?
so all the correspondence is in your packet with the agenda item that it correlates with, except the additional correspondence that's come in. So you had 3 additional correspondence from members of the public regarding TC Water Sports site plan. You received a letter from the Watershed Center in regards to the zoning text amendment. And then you have a letter from Preston Taylor, zoning administrator, and that's been updated in the packet online as well, but that's in relation to the TC Water Sports. And then this additional site plan review, I have not seen yet. It looks like this was submitted, yes, by Port Traverse Condominium Association, so that's a 4th
Got it.
document with that.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. With that being said, let's move into reports and start with Mindy at the Township Board.
So we were working on GoRec last month. We had a very long meeting, lots of public comment. We ended the meeting at approximately 11 o'clock. We have closed the public comment. There were some things that we've requested additional information on from the requester. There's another word for that, but it's not coming to my brain right now. And then we're looking to do a special meeting to handle that outside of township agenda items. And unfortunately, June is not going to be on the agenda for GoRec. It doesn't look like July either. It looks like we're going to be out into August before we can get that back on the agenda in a special meeting.
Thank you. Any questions for Mindy? Okay. On to Paul with ZBA.
Yeah, on the last meeting we had was May 10th, and we had 2 variance requests. One was for a front yard variance for a construction of a garage, and that was in Lakes District. The other one was also Lakes District, and that was for a 7-foot variance for a house addition, and both were approved.
Got it. Thank you. Any questions for Paul? All right. Claire, Planning and Zoning. What's going on?
Okay, so one thing I did want to mention, so Dan is right now the acting chair. We can put on the agenda for July to appoint, chair. Or you can also just wait, have Dan continue to chair the meetings. I think he's doing a good job. And you can elect your chair, vice chair, and secretary at the September meeting, because that's annually when you generally do it. So wondering if there's a preference from the board, if you want to add that to the agenda for the next meeting, or...
Can we do an interim?
I'm sorry, what?
Can we do an interim just in case Dan's not here?
Yes, and I can put that on the July agenda if you want. That sounds good. Okay. Wanted to just mention land use permits. We've got 58 for the year so far. That's the same about the same number as we had in 2021. But generally, planning and zoning department has been quite busy lately with enforcement, site plans, as well as the land use permits. I went ahead and made edits to the master plan that was based on feedback that the Planning Commission gave at the last meeting. So, and thanks to everyone who followed up with additional comments. So those edits have been incorporated, and it's in the Board of Trustees packet for next week. And so that will be before them, and they'll have the opportunity to review it. And if they decide that they're comfortable with that language or have some edits, they can send it out for the 63-day public review period. The board is also going to be considering a temporary moratorium on new short-term rental licenses, so that's going to be presented, and they'll have the opportunity to adopt that ordinance at their meeting in June. We sent out an RFP for a new zoning ordinance update, so that RFP went out about 3 weeks ago. It closes on June 17th. We've had a fair amount of interest from firms across the state, so we're excited about that. We'll be seeking a planning commission representative to serve on that selection committee, so I'll follow up on that. We have updated the zoning ordinance with all of the amendments through May of 2022, so it includes that combination of uses, the last one that you recommended to the board, and the board approved it in May. So I wanted to see who wants, just by show of hands, who wants a printed copy of the updated ordinance. It's on the website, so if you want to reference it on the website, we're also happy to print you a copy of it. Just wanted to get a count.
I would like a hard copy.
2?
She's wavering over here.
I am, because I have it right here. I guess I'd like one.
Okay, 3, that sounds good.
I'm old school.
Thank you.
Do you want to have a backup for the empty chair?
Yes.
As well?
Yeah, we'll print some extras, absolutely. And then I also just wanted to mention, so the August meeting, it's scheduled right now for the 2nd, which is an election. I would propose, and follow up with me, you can follow up by email, but I would propose that we move it to the Wednesday, the day after the election, because that allows us to keep our consistent 4-week gap in between all of our meetings. If we move it to the week after, then it's 3 weeks and then 5 weeks, and it kind of messes with the ZBA schedule as well. So I would propose both for August and November, just going to that Wednesday after. If you have any concerns about that schedule, feel free to follow up with me in an email or give me a call if you have any concerns with those dates. So I think that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Okay. Any questions of staff? All right. Moving on, we're going to get into the new business for the evening, which is under letter A, 9A, possible zoning amendment, the pedestrian pathways within the stream buffer. So Claire, give us a little more insight. Sounds like we've got some new elements to consider.
So, yeah, as was mentioned during public comment, we were approached by the Conservancy. They were working on those trails, looked at our ordinance, realized that they had constructed some trails that I believe were allowed, years ago. But the way that our ordinance is written, they can't be within 50 feet of any stream to have any type of structure, bridge crossing. So the purpose of this ordinance amendment would be to allow for limited pedestrian and bicycle crossings of the creeks in East Bay Township to be built and designed, ecologically sensitive. There was, a thought of having them limited to only trails that were allowed through public access. So right now, the ordinance is not written that way, but it could be only pedestrian, non-motorized trails that were open to all members of the public, so it'd be more of a public trail system, which is what the Conservancy is looking at. My one concern is I know that there are some parcels that are split, and so it makes a landowner not be able to access their entire property. So that would be my one concern with limiting it to only trails that were available by public access. You'll see that there was some comments from the Watershed Center that came in. I thought that there was some good feedback. I think that we could, for example, having boardwalks, having the boardwalks within that 50-foot be limited only to boardwalks that are leading to a bridge. I think that that's good feedback, so we don't want unnecessary amount of boardwalk within that 50-foot setback, but if it's headed to a crossing, and maybe we limit the number of crossings, it has to be a certain, number of linear feet in between one crossing to the next crossing, just so we're limiting the amount of structures that are within that setback, but allowing some access to, to cross those streams. So that was kind of what I had. I was originally thinking to present this and see if the Planning Commission wanted to schedule a public hearing for July. Our legal counsel is recommending that we wait and have the draft language presented at the next meeting, and then schedule a public hearing not until August, just because he wanted to make sure that you had the actual language in front of you. But included in your packet is some possible amendments that staff is recommending, so I'd be happy to hear feedback from the Planning Commission.
Yeah, and just to throw the discussion items out there, I mean, I appreciate you looking into that and the forward thought to get ahead of it. We've been putting a lot of effort into the 3-mile connection along the safe routes to school and connecting that to the existing TART trail, so it makes sense. I'm glad that this was picked up. It's kind of a little bit outside of our normal purview, if you will, but I think the main point, and I'd like to hear more feedback from the commission on, is tied to that accessibility piece for private property and/or a motorized connection, basically providing access throughout a piece of property. Because that, to me, those are two different kind of issues, right? Public lands and accessing throughout to provide access to the general public for trail systems, kind of lighter recreational uses, I would argue, rather than the development of property. Two kind of different elements here, but what are the thoughts? Do you want to go around or just round table it? I don't care. Who wants to start?
Question. Just a couple of comments. The first is on the possible amendments 2B on the buffer strips. You had struck 2A and the mid-sentence, if comprised of the pervious surfaces. Why was that struck out?
That's a good question. That was recommendation from Gosling Zubek, who was the consultant that's working with the Conservancy. I reached out to Conservancy, Chart, and some of our partners to see if they had some feedback on the language. I think that it's because wood is not permeable, and also gravel is not considered permeable. So some of the materials that they'd be using for lower impact trails are not permeable.
Okay. Is that a concern?
That's a good question, and we can certainly, I'd be interested in the Planning Commission's feedback on that. I know that when we've studied permeable surfaces, there's a lot of complexity to that. They require a lot of maintenance. I think it would require some assistance from our engineer in reviewing those. And so I think my understanding is that most of those, nature paths are not generally permeable.
Okay, well, just maybe want to float it past the engineer. The other question is, do we want, when we make this ordinance, do we want to have any determination as to minimum width or maximum width on any bridge?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we could definitely look at that. The one thing in looking out, and we obviously don't want to base this amendment on just one project, but I know the 3-mile trail is going to be quite wide, just because of the regional nature of the trail. And I think tied to and Tart would know more about that, but I think some of our funding sources that we're looking at require for ADA and accessibility a certain way.
That was my other question.
Yeah.
So, okay, as long as we're going to be covering that, but it seems to me that I wouldn't want to have it open to interpretation as to how wide you can make something or how narrow you can make something. Width is more of a concern than being narrow, so. It's all right now.
Thanks.
Claire, you mentioned you had some concern about whether a parcel could be split if it, when you were introducing it. Could you elaborate on that, specifically what your concerns with, or how it would impact a potential private parcel?
Yeah, so there are some parcels, residential parcels, where the stream goes through the center of them. So they can, obviously only build their home on the side where, that's accessible, and they have to be 50 feet setback or 100 feet, depending on the section of stream. And they can't build any type of a footbridge to get over to the rest of their parcel. So
gotcha.
that's kind of what I was saying, that would be one opportunity if we wanted residents to be able to
Right,
access both sides of their parcel.
Okay, that's helpful. I thought we were talking about, like, if we were actually to put a road over it to access and, like, gain the density, if you will, and put it over here, but have a little narrow skinny point of access, because we've seen that. They exist.
Well, those apartments on South Airport with the house on the other side of the creek. Do you remember?
And actually,
I don't remember that.
yeah, I was approached by Justin Mortier, the Brookside developer, who was looking at purchasing another parcel, but it was divided by Mitchell Creek, and so I advised him that would be unbuildable, the other half of that, just to be able, from an access standpoint.
Or no? Go ahead.
So, I could be wrong, but what I remember reading in the ticker about the 3 Mile Trail is that these boardwalks are going to be capable of carrying vehicles on them for maintenance type things. And I'm just want to make sure that we do allow that, but somehow limit that, right? So that, yeah, you can maintain your trail, you can do what you need to maintain your trail, but this isn't for, snowmobiles. This isn't for,
Right, yeah.
that kind of vehicle traffic. And then the bisecting the land, yes, I think we should allow private owners to get to have a non-motorized, crossing across the creeks, because, that property is essentially landlocked, and they should be able to get over there.
Claire, do you think there's a way you could, like, maybe present some possible variations in language and the ramifications to us in the July meeting, like a few options?
Yeah, we can. I think that would set us back another month
Right.
before the public hearing, and which generally would be fine, but I know that the Conservancy has a timeline as well. So,
I mean, I'm all for making this trail happen and wanting it to go forward. I just don't want to be stuck with something that maybe we would regret in the long term. I don't know.
Right. I guess my only mental hiccup here is what we've done in the past, in terms of, like, if we had a narrow access way and there was a buildable area, but there would be, call it a flag lot, so you've got a significant amount of property back here. If you had a stream that ran through that, could you build a road over that stream to access the back and develop the back? Have we done that in the past? That's my question.
Well, we have, but we haven't, right? Right now you can't, but what is the name of that apartment complex? Evergreen? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
the one by Brookside on South Airport? Or,
Yeah, it is,
are you talking about Brookside?
yeah. Because there's a house, so there's across from Costco's, there's the apartment complexes. There's 4 or 5 buildings back there. The east side apartment building, there's actually an access driveway to a house that is on the other side of Mitchell Creek. So So he goes over a bridge to get to his property, but the east side of his property is actually owned by the apartment complex. So the apartment can't build back there, but they can't do a land swap either because of density issues.
Yeah, and there are a number of bridges along 3 Mile that kind of go out to service properties that are along Mitchell Creek.
Yeah, that's what I'm, I guess, just mentally trying to wrap my head around, is that I wouldn't want to encourage development or private development of, like, with significant density where it is landlocked, because more chances than not, it's probably already in a wetland at that point. But, I mean, it's case by case, I suppose, but I don't want to really, like, unlock this thing, because if we have taken a more conservative approach to it in the past,
I think the non-motorized portion of it really,
that'd be the way to kind of keep it capped. And when we say non-motorized, maybe it's access to the general public. Do you think that would be language that would be supportive? Because really, that's kind of the goal or the target with this trail development.
I guess my question is, why are we doing a full amendment? Why don't they just go to the ZBA?
I think that wouldn't be a dimensional variance, and so they can only go to the ZBA for some sort of I guess it would.
Because it's a use?
It's more of it would, to
Well, I
me.
think they'd have, if I may, I think there's nothing more clearly self-created than the desire to put something in. And so
Right.
This really shouldn't be handled, through the ZBA. You're better off if you're looking at a long-term solution here, to do a zoning ordinance amendment. And certainly you can restrict it, to non-motorized vehicles. You may want to add, a definition of what constitutes non-motorized, because you may want to allow e-bikes, for example, which technically are motorized. Those are different things. So what you're looking at really is the good old internal combustion engine, and whether you want that on any of these, access sites, and if so, only for a limited purpose of maintenance of that nature, if that's what you're looking at, suggestion. But it should be dealt with directly, not through the ZBA.
And then I think we also need to clean up some of the language. It's pretty vague when you say something, the greatest extent possible. That's pretty left for interpretation. I think we're going to have to really clean that up. I mean, there was a reason that historically why the zoning was written the way it was, and the watershed has weighed in on this. So I think we have to be very careful, because when it's open like that, then the enforcement comes into play. The other thing, building materials and design that shall be selected to be at least impactful. I mean, what does that mean?
How do you measure that?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I really think we've got to, with ecosystem and water quality, well, what kind of pressure treated, or do you have to use tracks, or what's, it's very vague, and so I think it's imperative that we clean up the vagueness in this, because if homeowners are going to be building this, they might not be, okay, with rights come responsibility. So the Conservancy and the Tar Trail might be very responsible in what they're doing, but they don't have the knowledge maybe as a homeowner to do that. And regarding controlled management, removal and invasive species with chemical, I mean, that's got to be permitted, and that's a concern of mine, is I mean, I'm all for the removal of invasive species, but when you start using, there's other ways other than chemical control. So I think we just really got to clean it up. And I'm not understanding, can people have within 25 feet, or is it 75 feet, can they have a garden? Can they have drain fields? Explain that one to me.
Well, one thing that's interesting about this, the Mitchell and Baker Creek overlay, is it applies to very few of the actual Mitchell Creek and Baker Creek stream sections. So most of the headwaters of both of those creeks are not protected in the overlay. So the overlay is very descriptive and very detailed, but very few of the actual land associated with it is in the overlay. The rest of the land just has a 50-foot setback, building setback. So I would recommend when.
Or structure.
Structure setback, yeah. So I would recommend, as we update the ordinance, to me, it would make sense to have those same protections in place for most of those.
So are you saying can they have a garden or can't have a garden in the, is it 25 or 75-foot setback? Which one?
I haven't reviewed
Okay.
any properties that are
Okay.
within that overlay district for any
Okay.
development, so I haven't spent a lot of time really digging into that.
I would be concerned about fertilizing, and, because people are not always going to pay it's quite costly to buy the organic fertilizer, and how you're going to monitor that again. And I would be concerned with drain fields, definitely. So those are a few things that came to mind. And knowing the bridge work we had to do at Brown Bridge, it's extensive, and I understand that with permitting process, et cetera. And I understand that. However, the knowledge of the general homeowner is not quite the same as the Conservancy or the Tart Trail folks. So I think we have to really be very specific.
Peter, do you think that adding maybe an intent to this section, because it is so specific, could be beneficial? And the reason I bring that up is because, maybe you could address it toward, the common theme I'm hearing is the recreational usage of this land rather than for private development of this property. Would that be helpful to kind of give us some backing as to where we're going with this?
Well, somewhat, but keep in mind that intent provisions on a zoning ordinance are not the same as the provisions that people are required to follow. They're only outlines of what the purpose is, but it's not regulatory language. Okay? So it's helpful from that extent that it provides them some knowledge as to what the point is behind it and the purpose, but it doesn't specifically regulate. I mean, for example, if you're concerned about the fertilization, you could state that it doesn't, that there will be no fertilization, things like that. The septic tank and any drain field, that's a health department issue. But you can certainly keep the indigenous landscaping and plantings. And, let me see what's the other issue that Judy talked about.
Chemical.
Yeah, the only thing about that, Judy, is remember Phragmites.
Yeah, but it has to
Okay.
be permitted too,
Yeah.
and it has to be applied by.
I mean, I think
qualified
you can
people.
say that it's, that's recognized nationally as, being, we can figure out something related to
Okay.
that, but I don't think you can just ban it outright, because
Right.
that's really the only way to manage an invasive species like Phragmites, is the chemical application.
And we don't want people just cutting it down.
But I could, if Claire wants me to, I think I can come up with something.
Okay.
Brian could.
Yeah, I think you handed it over to Brian, so I followed up with Brian.
Oh,
and
did
he
you
said-
already?
He said that he took a look at kind of the draft amendments and said that he could draft something based on planning
Right, then I'm
commission
not gonna interfere with it.
feedback.
I was thinking,
Brian Graham.
do we have this is totally, I should know this, but do we have like a police power noxious weed ordinance that could kind of supersede any of these overlays? Because then we wouldn't have to get that
They're not
specific.
related. Remember, it's not a superseding issue here, it's a separate police power ordinance that doesn't act as zoning. So that's why when you're looking at, the chemical language and things like that, it becomes a little more difficult inside a zoning ordinance.
Yeah.
You're better off with, the noxious weeds ordinance is usually, it's usually for vacant parcels and making sure people are mowing their lawn or things of that nature, as opposed to a Phragmites, type of regulation.
Yeah.
Things of that nature. So there's a way to craft this, I think, to make it work and not interfere, with any existing police power ordinances.
So it sounds like we don't, by the way, is there any other comments or thoughts anybody wants to throw on the table? Sounds like maybe we've got a little work to do before we recommend setting a public hearing. So let's target this for kind of revisiting in July then, I suppose, in terms of some of the options, and then we'll consider it for following month if possible. I don't know any other way to move forward other than piecemeal one little thing.
Yeah, and we could, in July, have a few different options of language that you could kind of pull from, but we'll try to present something that's, a cohesive amendment
Okay,
based on feedback.
Good.
great.
Do we need to definitely mention that all permits must, legal and et cetera, too?
I think because that's in the land use permit
Okay.
section of the ordinance,
All right.
it should be covered.
All right, as long as it's covered.
Okay. If nothing further, then let's move forward. Thank you all for your discussion on that. It's very helpful. I think we're moving forward with actual public hearing and discussion, possible action on site plan review 6-22 and special land use 4-22. I think maybe before we open the public hearing, would you mind, Claire, kind of giving us background on this?
Sure, so this came before you for an introduction, I believe last month. It feels like a long time ago, but I believe it was last month. The site plan for this Unit 3 was first approved in 2006. It was for a contractor showroom and warehouse. What the applicant is proposing to develop both Unit 3 and Unit 4, so those are two separate parcels. They were approved as part of the larger Meadowlands industrial site plan that was back in 1999. And the applicant is seeking a combination of uses, which that was part of the zoning amendment that you recommended to the board in April. The board passed it in May, and it became effective May 23rd. So they're using that combination of uses, and they're proposing a use including a vehicle repair shop, which is allowed by special land use permit, as well as offices for beer and wine tour, and a sign shop. So you'll see I think the site plan review was pretty straightforward. There was a number of things that I was missing in the last iteration of this, and I got most all that information. The soil erosion permit and stormwater permit are both pending, but the preliminary review from both those agencies didn't flag any concerns. Since the last meeting, they did add fencing to screen the north property boundary. That fence, as you probably saw today, is in pretty bad disrepair, so it's going to be replaced on their side of the property. And then I have some additional recommendations, but I'm happy to go into those in more detail once we have the public hearing.
Sounds good, sounds good. And maybe even so, before we open the public hearing, we've got representatives of the development tonight with us. Is there anyone from the applicant that want to come forward and talk about the project?
Thank you. Good evening, Mark McKellar on behalf of the applicant. I think it's pretty straightforward. You had the site plan. We have our site plan folks here this evening. We have the applicant and the managers from the operations on site as well. So I think I'll leave it to the board. I think it's pretty straightforward and self-explanatory. But should you have questions about the project application, the uses, or anything on the site plan, or certain items that would be administratively approved later after approval, we're welcome to answer any of those questions at your leisure.
Sounds good. Real quick, who are you? Where are you from?
Oh, Mark McKellar from Kuhn Rogers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right, with that being said, any questions of staff? Okay. Go ahead, Indy.
The fence. The height of the fence.
4.5 feet?
There was a comment made, there was a discussion about the fact that currently, today, not yesterday, probably not tomorrow, but today, there's outside storage of parts. And Judy pointed out that there is a provision in the ordinance that says if you have that, then you need an 8-foot fence. So I believe that the storage of parts outside is completely and totally temporary. It just happened to be today and not yesterday when they were outside. And the other part of that ordinance is that it states that if you have inoperable vehicles, and again, this is a repair shop, so it could have inoperable vehicles until they can be repaired to be operational. So I think we're in a little bit of the gray area there, and I just wanted to see if, the parts weren't outside when you reviewed this. Did you have any thoughts on
Yeah,
that?
yeah, so, and I had seen that, the requirement for screening for outdoor storage, we were told that there would not be any outdoor storage. We were also told that any inoperable vehicle, that there wouldn't be inoperable vehicles on the site if, when a vehicle was inoperable, if and when, they would be inside the building for the repair. So there would not be any storage of any inoperable vehicles and not any outdoor storage was what staff, the communication that I received.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions of staff?
Well, however, if something is towed to a facility and the facility is closed, because that happens, it's all happened to probably all of us, where do you do it with it?
I think that would be
Okay.
a question for the applicant.
Right. Okay, we'll save it.
Okay.
Write it down.
All right. Well, with that being said, this is a public hearing on this special land use, so we'll open the public hearing at 7:15. And now's the time for any members of the public who would like to speak on behalf of this request. Feel free to step up to the podium, name, address, and any questions you may have. Please direct them toward the Planning Commission. Okay. Going once, going twice. Sold. We'll close the public hearing at 7:16 for good measure. So it sounds like the fence is kind of the piece that's left on the table. There's no question about use. Only thing I can think about would be the nature of a repair facility. It's kind of built into the use itself. So I don't know. My dad has a shop downstate, and it's common practice. That's why I asked on site if you were having a towing component to it, because it's pretty regular to have impounded cars be there for a duration of time that you can't control. But if you're taking in product as a part of your traditional business, I think the use itself is kind of built in nature that you want them to leave the property. You don't want them to stay there to be junked out or parted out or sold ad hoc. You're not a dealership. You're not looking to do used car sales there. It's a repair facility. So, to me, having vehicles brought there and left there is just kind of part of the gig, and believe me, it's not in their business model. I would imagine to take up unnecessary space. It looked like it's pretty tight operation with the dual usage, and I think that's kind of part of the other rationale in my head as to why I'm comfortable with what's being proposed at the 4.5, because I just don't think they don't have the space to keep stuff there that's in their own possession or just, gonna burden the normal operations of the job. But, if there's any concerns, I'd, happily address those to the applicant. Renee?
I have just a question. So if, let's say it was approved with the 4.5 foot. One of the things that was mentioned on site was that there was definitely room for growth in the auto business. So how does that look 2 years from now when he wants to expand and grow? Or, I don't know, what if he does, his business grows so much that now he's got some vehicles sitting outside? Now we have a 4.5 foot fence versus an 8. How do we address that? That's all I'm asking.
To me, that would be a violation, because part of the staff report, the information that we were communicated with was that this is for the bus tour vehicles. And so if there is, an operation that has more, they're taking on more vehicles, they've got inoperable vehicles, they've got outdoor storage, then that would be a violation. They'd be required to remedy that situation.
It was told tonight, this is to the public. This is not specific to the wine tour buses. This is open to the public.
Okay, so I believe that was what I was told previously.
Yes, yes, step up, please, help us out.
Okay, so Unit 4 will have the buses, and that property will be screened on the north by the 4.5-foot fence. The Unit 3 development is the repair facility, which is the section 637 that you guys are referring to with the 8-foot fence. That section will have vehicles that could temporarily be inoperable, although I would note that your ordinance does not define inoperable. Your junk ordinance is a better definition probably of inoperability. So is it, when we're changing a battery, is it inoperable when you change the battery for that? So it's a matter of time, and I think it's a matter of scope. I think inoperable vehicles are typically something that, are completely not functioning and are sitting there in the public view. To the north, it would be screened by the 4.5-foot fence. Why the ordinance says 4.5, that's beyond me. But to have the property completely screened with an 8.5-foot fence, what I think was also incongruent with the kind of nature and look of that industrial park. So I want to be careful to, as we go through that process. In terms of the use of the vehicle repair facility, it is available to the public on Unit 3. And if it was not clear in the first iteration, Claire, that's on us. But it is available to the public as well. The impetus of it was certainly, as we described, a necessity for the applicant to have his own fleet of vehicles maintained and repaired on a scale that was economic and efficient. So my issue with the inoperability is that, that would require 4 sides where there isn't a building to put up an 8-foot fence. And I don't think it meets the intent of inoperability. I think that's typically your junk ordinance kind of description of an inoperable vehicle that, cannot function whatsoever for its intended purpose and its use. These would be something that, if a tie rod end is broken, it's not operable, but that's why it's sitting there. And if it takes 5 hours to get in, that it's not a blight. Those vehicles aren't going to be sitting there for weeks. This isn't like a restoration shop or something like that. So you're not going to have that type of operations. So that's kind of what I want to address in terms of the inoperability. I've searched the ordinance. There's no definition. I just kind of make it akin to the junk ordinance, which describes it as more non-functioning, for a much larger period of time.
So my concern right now is that when Claire did her evaluation, she assumed it was just for the vehicles of the wine and bus tour. I think that brings new light to what Claire, and I think that we need to table this.
I think section 637 does say that, and it says 8-foot or evergreen landscape. I can't speak to intent, I can just read what it says in the ordinance right now.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead, sorry.
Our application never specified that it was a private only. I think that was a request of clarification by Claire at the last meeting. So we never said it was for private use only. We said it was a vehicle repair facility. And so I don't think that changes the application, nor the applicability of section 637, one way or another. But I'd like to know here's my issue. Please define for me inoperable. So when we are faced with an enforcement action, what does that look like? Or what vehicles now need to be behind that screen? What ones don't have to be behind that screen? That goes to the core of my concern, is that it's just not defined. I don't know how to advise my client if I say, okay, you have a vehicle that's got a dead battery. Does that go behind the screen, or does that go on, somewhere else? I think it's the same problem. I mean, if it needed to be an 8-foot fence on the north side, I guess it doesn't really make a difference to us against the neighboring properties, but I'd hate to screen that whole property with an 8-foot fence. It just seems that makes it look like a tow truck yard or a junkyard. This isn't Gene's Auto, things like that. I don't know of any other facilities in the township where you have repair where it's completely surrounded with an 8-foot fence. There are vehicle repair facilities. And I would include, Robinson's Auto Body and Tate's and things like that are around the area as well. Seems slightly incongruent, but that's my concern.
Judy, I'm reading the same thing you are in this inoperable thing, but then I'm looking for it elsewhere, and I'm having a hard time as well.
I don't know, I think that's for the interpretation of the planning and the attorney.
Well, it's
in our-
also, if you have at the beginning of the ordinance and then the law, is that you use an ordinary dictionary definition for items that are not otherwise defined under the zoning ordinance. I think it'd be pretty easy to find a definition of inoperable. The police power ordinances include the additional requirement that even if the vehicle is mechanically sound and operable, if it's not street legal because it doesn't have a plate, then it's considered inoperable for obvious reasons, because you don't do storage of defunct vehicles, even though they may be operating. Here, it would appear to be that inoperable means that it's a vehicle repair facility, that it can't be operated because of mechanical failure of any type.
And with today's day and age, even though it might be something that somebody wants to get fixed right away, getting parts might take a while.
I mean, some of the items will make the vehicle can still be operated. If you have the engine light on, then you need
Right.
when a computer part for the fuel regulator or the air conditioning or the cruise control, it's still operable. So those
But if you use the
vehicles-
tie rod that Mark just used,
Well, if it doesn't have a battery, it's not operable.
Right.
If it's through a rod, it's not operable. Well, that's not just a tie rod, but, the piston.
I guess at the end of the day, it's just, what is we could make whatever conditions we want to make, the impact to the neighboring properties. That's what we're really trying to mitigate here, right? Is how do we not take away from the value of anybody surrounding it or, the sightliness of it and what have you. I mean, if it's the desire of the commission to kind of consider some other conditions to mitigate that, so be it. Let's just be clear.
personally, I would like an 8-foot fence on the north side. I think the rest of the facility, being that it's in an industrial park, it doesn't make any sense to have it all the way around. It is in the industrial park. However, I'm concerned that Claire's interpretation of what this is different than what she's hearing now, and that she might need time. So I just want to make sure that Claire's comfortable with us going forward without additional time.
Yeah, when I did review it, I thought that the maintenance, the vehicle repair facility would be smaller in nature because it was just I was under the impression that it was just the fleet of vans, so that's how I went through the vehicle repair facility. All of my comments, I believe, would be consistent. It's, we've got documentation of what the applicant is indicating, and so if any of those statements are no longer, if there's violation and those statements don't end up holding weight, then we would have enforcement action to take.
Okay. So are you comfortable then going?
I would be comfortable moving forward. I mean, my one concern is that it's hard for me to picture the operation of a vehicle repair facility without inoperable vehicles, and the provision is pretty black and white that it needs to be completely enclosed by a fence. So that gives us a little bit less flexibility.
Okay.
And then if it's open to the public, and excuse me if I missed it, were there ADA parking places?
Yeah.
There in the front that I didn't see?
Yep.
Yep, there were.
All right, good
Right
enough.
by the door.
702, I was just looking at that. And then C100, when you get a new site, did we get a new site plan? On C100, that document, they have Glen Arbor instead of East Bay Township. I think we're in East Bay Township. So that needs to be changed on there's no page on that, I can just refer to it as C100. And then, could we get some clarification on number 3, page 29 of Brian's report?
Brian?
Did he do that one?
No.
No, he didn't, I'm sorry, then I missed it. All right, those are the changes, and I think need to be clear on the,
You mean Damien's report?
oh, maybe it was Damien's, sorry. Number 3, page 29. Yeah, sorry about that.
It appears the purpose of additional parking areas to accommodate parking generated by Unit 3 of the park. It also appears that the owner of Unit 3 also owns Unit 4.
Oh, that's Damien's?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got the wrong page.
We're not sure how the partial development of Unit 4 fits in the township master
Yeah.
plan or how it will affect the future build-out of 4.
Yeah, so the one thing that I think about that is that if you look at the master plan of the Meadowlands site, they've got the parking in that exact configuration. So any future build-out of that site, to me, would not be at all, hindered by this development.
Is that how you interpret that of Damien's report? I'm sorry, I thought it was Brian. Okay.
So if there was a condition placed on that northern property boundary of having a higher fence requirement, would that suffice the commission and/or the applicant?
I don't know that it suffices our ordinance.
I was just going to say, I was hearing you say that that's not sufficient. Did I hear that wrong?
I mean, I'm saying when I read the ordinance, it's somewhat black and white,
Right.
so I guess I would.
So if we say just the north boundary, we're going against our ordinance.
I think an 8-foot fence around the whole thing would look horrible for one thing.
Yeah.
It would do just what the applicant said, make it look like a junkyard.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's necessary, really. That's my opinion.
And is that a ZBA thing?
And it also does refer to the availability of planting landscaping, though, to the same height requirement to provide a similar effect. And to me, in that area, I mean, it's all pretty much open wetland area-ish. I mean, having something there would be, in my opinion, a little more appropriate than an 8-foot standalone opaque fence.
Yeah, and the 4-foot fence that's currently existing looks like it's landscape.
It looks like it's who are we kidding? So maybe there's a happy medium there, because, I mean, if that's the idea, and that northern property is a different zoning class, it's a different future use, that's really what we're trying to screen against, not those within the industrial sector, so. I mean, the use is what the use is. It is pretty specific under 637, because that is the special use provisions here.
Does it matter that we're doing combined uses? Or do we still have to abide by specific?
Yeah, I think for on Unit 3 specifically with the vehicle repair facility, then that would relate to.
First, can I get Mark's comments back in terms of that idea of the
On the north
northern-
side, we don't have any objection to putting up an 8-foot screening, certainly to protect against the neighboring property, which is not zone industrial. In terms of the rest of the property, I see that we may not ever have an inoperable vehicle. Someone may just simply drive every vehicle to that site, or we may not have an inoperable vehicle that's stored. It might just go directly into the inside of the garage. I hate to have a client spend, $100,000 in landscaping or $70,000 in fence for the potential violation that may or may not come in the future, because there's 13 bays to operate vehicles, inoperable vehicles could go in. There is, most of the time, the vehicles are operable, they're just having repair maintenance, and the nature of most of this operation is more maintenance and accessory driven, cappers and spray and bed liners and things like that. It's kind of, guilty before, having your ability to prove your innocence. It's a pretty large expenditure to enclose it, and again, I think it's incongruent to the one side. I stick with the issue is what is inoperable by definition, and I kind of hate to be a bear here, but I don't think that the intent is to have a lot of inoperable vehicles there for more than a temporary period of time. I mean, you know, a couple hours or that day. Those usually get into the shop, you know, and if those are, let's just say those vehicles could be, you know, parked in the back behind the building, between the building and the north side of the screen, you know, if possible as well, when we may have an overflow. But again, 13 stalls and items like that, I don't know that we're going to have inoperability. I think what I'd prefer is, to the extent we have numerous complaints and we're violating in the future, which I doubt would ever happen, that, you know, we'd be found in violation and the applicant can then have to stand, you know, in front of you and have to build the fence. I don't expect that to happen. That's not the characteristic of the operation. And I think that that might be the best way to go about it, because we don't intend to have inoperable vehicles. That's in our application, based on our interpretation of what that means. They have the capacity to house most of those vehicles or screen them with what's there. I'd prefer to, as we go down the road, if Preston is knocking on their door, then by God, I guess, you know, they've got to answer to that, and we may have to, you know, put up a fence. But I'd hate to add that expenditure and that kind of unnecessarily look to the south and east side of the property as well as the west.
Yeah.
I just Googled inoperable vehicle, but I want to hear what you have to say.
I'm just saying is that what the section 637 says, that it's the parking or storage of inoperable vehicles shall be completely enclosed. That does not mean the whole thing. You could have a spot where you would bring the inoperable vehicle. And I think putting it behind the building there and having the 8-foot fence in a limited portion, I think would satisfy this, because it's only where you park the inoperable vehicle, not necessarily the entire perimeter of the property. So if you had it sectioned off in some way, I can see doing that, and that satisfies the letter of and the intent of section 637.
As well as the 13 stalls that he's referring to, you know, I mean, he's saying there's 13 stalls where an inoperable vehicle could potentially be stored.
Not necessarily. I mean, I'm saying they could have a spot that if you had.
I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that they also are saying that they're not going to have that.
Right.
And, you know, I mean, I know with the growth that they're expecting, that is a real possibility. But with 13 stalls, you can also put the inoperable vehicle in a stall and the operable one out. And how would any of us know the difference?
I'm just saying, it just
Yeah,
seems to me that if you had your bullpen for the
a spot,
inoperable
yeah. I agree.
vehicle, that's
Yeah.
where it goes.
But
To play it out the rest of the way, an operable vehicle means motor vehicle is defined by the Highway Traffic Act as amended that is not in good repair and capable of being operated on a highway. It includes a vehicle that does not display a valid vehicle permit license plate issued under the Highway Traffic Act as amended, yada, yada. So I think if I'm reading that,
dead battery works.
yeah, dead battery works.
Operable car.
It's an operable car.
Yeah.
So the only thing we're really trying to protect against would be those, like, if you were, again, those vehicles that might be hit a deer or, you know, got in a traffic accident or, I don't know. Mark, did you have something additional?
Well, interesting to follow up on Parth, to the north property line, we would have an 8-foot fence. That enclosed that whole backside from the east, from the south, and from the north with an 8-foot fence. The road and the drive is there, so we would have to put up an 8-foot, you know, 40-foot wide gate, which wouldn't make a lot of sense. But we would offer that condition to go from the east side of the building on its northeast corner, essentially an 8-foot screen, and then an 8-foot screen on the north side. And I think with the accommodation of the 13 stalls, these guys are smart enough. They can rotate vehicles. It's very rare they're fully inoperable. And, you know, the 6 spots or 4 spots, we can slide them in the back. That should accommodate literally more than the stalls, you know, as well. So if I doubt we'll ever have more than 16 inoperable defined vehicles on site ever. So if that would satisfy the terms of the intent, we would offer that condition.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board here? Entertain a motion, at least to get us started, maybe.
I'm comfortable with it as is. So,
Trying to find my page.
so I will make a motion to approve site plan review 6.22, special land use 4.22, JT Land Company. Subject to Claire's findings of fact and conditions on her note, which is
1 through 4?
Let me get to it, 1 second. And Claire suggesting conditions 1 through 4.
We got a motion on the table, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Well, if that's the case, then, or Paul, do you have any?
I'm just trying to make a friendly amendment that, and I have to take your design, that the 8-foot fence would be along the north side, help me,
North property line,
north property
and
line.
on the eastern,
We would definitely do it on the north side of the property, and if we needed to add the amendment, the northeast corner of the building, north, if needed.
Just for discussion purposes, that doesn't screen anything. It screens Suni.
And
Right.
it gets rid of the access between the.
And you have to put a gate up down the access road. It doesn't make any sense, in my opinion.
Right, yeah. The gate thing is kind of odd.
I'm for the 8-foot on the north side,
I'm fine with the 8-foot on the north side.
but we only have
In
a
the
4.5-foot right now.
Okay.
Well, the amendment is to make it an 8-foot fence on the north side.
Well, no, I said I was fine with it as 4.5, but if it's 8 foot, that's fine too. Again, I think that's a little bit incongruent with what it looks like now, but we don't know how the land to the north is going to develop. But I'm fine with an 8-foot fence there, that's fine too.
Yeah, we'll put it this way, there's no fence there now on our property, it's on the adjacent property on the
Right.
Unit 3. We tried to fit the ordinance at the 4.5. To the extent that the planning commission would prefer, we would go 8 if needed.
You made the motion.
Okay, so,
so,
Friendly amendment.
can I, I'll amend my motion to add the requirement number 5, suggested condition that the fence along the north property boundaries of 3 and 4 is 8 feet high.
Do you
Can
want
it-
Correct.
There's, the recommendation 3 says screening fence
Right.
north of units 3
Can
and
it just
4
be
to be
added there?
solid, and you could say and 8 feet.
Yeah,
Sure, that's fine.
that's what I was thinking.
Is that, whoever's taking notes can get that in there? Okay.
okay.
Can I ask that it actually be only the Unit 3, Unit 4 does not have a vehicle repair facility on it? And Section 637 would not be applicable.
I'm going to defer to council for that clarification.
If it's a,
If it covers the screening, the idea is that, does it screen it? And if it sufficiently screens it, then, and it works in conjunction with existing buildings and parking there, then that's fine, because that's the goal here. I don't know the lay of the land, because I'm here.
That's okay. I mean, and for purposes of discussion, let's just flush this out.
Well, the north doesn't screen Unit 4 at all,
Right.
so there's that.
But Unit 4 has the buses parked
Right.
along it?
It's parking. It's future something. We don't know what it is.
And it could be
Right.
parking for,
I mean, that would be the primary view of anything right there to the north, would be those buses parked,
well,
right?
I guess my question, and maybe Mark's the better one to answer it, or the owner, is that would any of those repair vehicles be on Unit 4?
No inoperable vehicles will be on Unit 4. And furthermore, the ordinance, and we're required to prohibit the vehicle repair facility only to Unit 3 by definition of the ordinance. So we legally can't even be operating the vehicle repair facility there, therefore, that's why I'm saying 637 wouldn't be applicable to Unit 4.
So the dual usage should only be limited to the storage of the buses, if you will, facilitating the brew tours. All of those will be actively used.
Yes, so I'm just saying, so Claire's suggested conditions were screening fence north of Units 3 and 4 to be solid.
Yeah, and that's required in our ordinance if it's adjacent to residential zoning, which both of those are.
Okay.
That fence is required to be 4.5 feet.
So would it step down from 8 to 4 if we're doing this?
I mean, it could, but the distance of Unit 4 fence is so short because it's really only screening the parking area.
Right.
Right.
So you're suggesting we keep 3 and 4 in there?
And it's 8 foot, so the 8 foot would traverse the north boundary until the point where that parking that's this way stops?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
indicated on the site plan. It shows where the fence would end.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Is everyone clear on the motion here?
Could you restate the motion, please?
I'll do my best. Approval of SPR 6-22, SLU 4-22, contingent upon the recommendations of staff 1 through 4, as well as the findings of fact, with clarification of the screening, the northern portion of the boundaries of Units 3 and the portion of 4 that would only cover screening of the mixed use or the dual usage. So not the entirety of 4, but just that portion of 4, where the blending of commercial uses or industrial uses goes about. And
It'd be 8 foot.
Would be 8.
and be 8 foot in height.
Right.
Yes, and be 8 foot in height.
Then I'll second that.
Okay. Well, we've got,
Did you?
so we've got a motion on the table from Carl,
Well, I seconded the first one.
and you're okay with the amendment that
I'm
we
okay with
just
the amendment.
restated very
Restated.
accurately, mind you?
Yes. You did a good job.
Thank you. Let's do a roll call, just to be clear, if possible, please.
Ferguson.
Yes.
Headley.
Yes.
Walters.
Yes.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nimitz.
Yes.
And Leonard.
Yes. Thank you. Motion carries. Appreciate you guys' time. Thank you, staff and members of the commission. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to our next item of business, which is site plan review 9-22, the TC Hyatt Hotel. Again, this is a public hearing and discussion, possible action. Claire, would you kind of kick us off and let us know what we're talking about this evening?
Sure, so this hotel came before you, this team came before you for a sketch plan review. So the site plan that you're reviewing for the Hyatt Hotel is the same site plan that you reviewed for the sketch plan review a few months ago. A few things that I'll highlight just from the zoning ordinance. So the proposed building is 74 feet in height, so it's that extra 24 feet in height requires some additional open space. So they are required to provide 1% per 6 additional feet, so they're providing 29% open space. The ordinance limits US 31 developments to 1 driveway, or if there's an additional driveway, they require that they're spaced 400 feet apart. Unfortunately, our ordinance is inconsistent with the Grand Traverse Metro Fire Department standards, who require 2 entrances for a building of this size. So the last time this hotel came in, a hotel development came in front of you, the zoning board of appeals approved a variance. And that is kind of, from my perspective, well within the standards related to a variance approval. So I would be comfortable, even though it's not best practice, I would be comfortable with the planning commission approving a site plan tonight if it meets all the standards, with the condition that the ZBA would need to grant that variance. They're on the agenda for next week, the June 14th meeting, but the ZBA. Wanted to mention the connectivity. They're proposing a connection to the Hampton Inn upon redevelopment of the parcel. So they're seeking a waiver from the Planning Commission for a connection to the state park. So our ordinance requires that there's connections on either side. The state park has sent correspondence to the township that it is in violation of their park rules to have that type of a connection. They wanted to see some additional buffering between their parks, so the applicant has amended their plan and put some additional buffering on the state park, the state park property. So that would be something that the Planning Commission would need to approve, that waiver not to connect to the state park. The other waiver that staff would recommend would be a waiver from the total parking required. Right now, based on the square footage of restaurant and coffee shop space, as well as the number of employees during the peak shift and the number of rooms, they're required to have 204 spaces. They're providing 202 spaces. And section 412.6H3 of the zoning ordinance allows spaces that were lost with that if the connection is made, that whatever spaces are lost making those connection can be waived by the Planning Commission. So I think it would be appropriate to waive those 2 parking spaces based on that connection that they're making to the Hampton Inn. The last piece, so I had highlighted in my staff report that Mitchell Creek is a trout stream. It runs parallel to the parcel. Parking is very close to the stream, so I was recommending in the staff report a vegetative buffer if at all possible. However, right before the meeting, legal counsel told us that he would consider the parking lot to be a structure, which would require a 50-foot setback per our ordinance from the stream. And so I apologize to the applicant because that was new information to me, but that obviously the site plan does not have a 50-foot setback right now from the Mitchell Creek stream. So those are a few of the kind of issues that I wanted to highlight.
Okay. And just before we get into anything additional, can we just clarify, because on the site plan, if I remember during the visit, we were pretty close to that southwest corner with the actual paving, and so that would limit significantly their ability to put parking there, obviously.
Yeah.
So,
with the parking lot being a structure.
do we know how many parking spaces they would lose if they had to eat that up? The setback?
I have to measure that, and again, I found out kind of just right before the meeting.
Right.
I don't have a really good estimate, but it would be probably significant.
At least like 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say probably 15 to 16, maybe.
Okay. So we'd be short. Yeah.
So how does that get fixed?
Well, we're short 17 to 19 overall parking spaces in the grand scheme of things.
Actually, yeah, it's,
Is it at the corner too?
yeah, I would need to spend a little time to get you more accurate information.
Okay.
Because there's a piece over here, and then there's a piece further down to the east. With regards to parking as well, the calculations of parking did not include that conference room space as an added requirement for parking, I don't believe. So I wanted to make sure that when we do hear from the applicant, we have to figure out if we need parking for that use as well. Because there could be a wedding in there, right?
Sure. Or, yeah, completely separate event from the hotel or the restaurant or Starbucks. Yeah, who knows?
Whatever.
Yep, yep. Well, fortunately, we have the applicant here this evening, and I think there's 3 different members of them. Take your pick. Would anyone like to lead the way? Chris? And again, please state your name and address and representation, and tell us a little more about the project.
Good evening, everyone. Chris Abloh with TC Hospitality Property. 1050 US 31 is the address. So to answer the question about the parking in the meeting space, so I believe you're talking about these 2 that adjoin to about a room this size.
Yes, yes.
So that's about 1,600 square feet. Typically, that room would be sold in conjunction with a group block of rooms. So more of like a hospitality room or a gathering room, like an overflow space. So we wouldn't necessarily serve food in there. That would be dedicated to the restaurant.
Okay.
So it's about a room this size. So it would be more for like, I would say, sports teams, corporate events that are doing training, so our guests would utilize that space.
Okay. And I think the concern, of course, is, let's say that you're fully leased out and now you're booking a new piece of business that's separate from the guests. Is that in your model in terms of operation, or could it happen, I guess, is the question?
It could happen. It rarely happens where you have a piece of outside business. Let's say, for example, somebody's doing corporate training. It would be more in the middle of the day, so that these corporate training events would take place maybe between 9 and noon, 9 and 1. That's when typically there aren't a lot of cars there, guests have checked out. Yeah, so.
Another question for you is, generally, there's significant occupancy, or I should say vacancy, in a hotel stretched over the course of the summertime, or over the course of the annual cycle. Like, what does a stabilized occupancy rate look like for the building?
Our feasibility study shows occupancy in the area to be about 65% annually.
Okay.
Heavy concentration in the summer, obviously. But I've been in the hotel industry and I've been involved in quite a few developments. We typically use a 4 to 5 parking ratio. So our rooms have, I think I'll show you another section here, but we have 90 double queen rooms that adjoin to King Studios. So those rooms would be typically sold as a junior suite. So for every 100 rooms we sell, we typically see 80 cars. Because I'll take myself, for example, we come up to Traverse City in the summer and we'll rent these 2 rooms. They have an adjoining door. So a family of 6 or 5 that are traveling in one car take up 2 rooms. So the way we've custom designed this location kind of models like in Orlando, Florida. So where we would have, 1 car with 5 or 6 occupants, and they would take the space of two rooms. So if we were sold out, let's say 142 rooms sold out, we'd see about 110, 115 cars. Being so close to the airport as well, we plan on having a shuttle, and our feasibility study shows that travel in this area is picking up. I think there are some new airport hangars being built as well, so we look at this hotel as a corporate also hotel. So we will be, shuttling guests in from the airport. You might see a minivan full of a family that'll take 2 cars. So if the hotel is sold out, you would see probably about 115 cars if you use a 4 to 5 ratio. And then most of that captive audience is eating in our restaurant. I wouldn't call it a conference room or a banquet room. It's more of a meeting space, a little bit smaller than this, a little bit more narrow, with a divider, and it's more for corporate training, You have like a hockey team full, kids, and more like an overflow room so they can have pizza, so they wouldn't be, in the restaurant.
Got it. Thank you for that clarity. Any other questions of the planning commission? Okay. Well, thank you for that. We'll engage in the public hearing, and then we may have you come back up. That being said, we do have a public hearing scheduled, so let's open the public hearing at 7:59. If there's any members of the public here that want to comment on it, please step up, state your name and your address, and we'll hear you out. Going once, going twice. Okay. Back to back, we'll say to close the public hearing at 8 o'clock. It's back in our hands. Any other questions regarding this project?
Yeah, I think we have to really look at the parking situation, but I noticed on the plans, C900, the landscaping plan, I know you have a standard landscaping, but there's a few invasive species on there that maybe they could work with Claire on, like Japanese barberry, et cetera, I believe is on there. So maybe if the developer could work with us to abide by not perpetuating that, that would be great. And then we talked about Claire, I know we had that discussion, and help me remember with Mr. Mansfield and see if this complies. It says that the ADA parking places meet federal standards, and I know our standard is a little different than the feds. And I think it says 8 feet. Is that 9 or 8?
Ours is, we don't have any standards for ADA, and so the federal ADA standards are more restrictive, and these meet the federal ADA standards.
Right, I just wanted to
at 8 feet.
Right, I just want to make sure, because I know we had this discussion before, so I wanted to clarify that, and they are more restrictive, and so I like that. I noticed on the landscaping plan too that some of the, I would really like to see if there's some way to irrigate. Trees are expensive, and I think 900 says some of the trees are not irrigated. Maybe there's a way to help that along. I hate to have people lose their landscaping without that. And then definitely we need to talk about stormwater filtration, but we don't know what's kind of happening with that 50-foot buffer, et cetera, so we can get into that, I guess, when we're ready to do that.
Yeah, if I could just add one additional, I was able to take a look. So for the 50-foot setback, it looks like there are 7 parking spaces that would be affected.
I counted 14 because there's more over to the east.
Okay.
Do you see those?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing those just based on what they're showing as the 50-foot setback on the site plan.
Which page of the site plan are you looking at, so we can all be on the same?
I'm looking at C200.
C200, okay. Thank you.
The other thing that I was going to just mention with landscaping, we do have them for a performance guarantee of $115,000 on the township books for 2 years. So I guess I would be comfortable with, not requiring irrigation of the trees. I know that they've got the water bags and other types of, but we'll make sure that everything is established 2 years after the site plan.
I'd like to hear from the applicant the impact, because I know if we're cutting off, a significant number of your spaces, are you comfortable with that, making an exception? Would you want to have some time to relook at that? It seems like we just kind of got sprung with that, so.
Scott Bowers and Associates Architects, Ann Arbor, Michigan. No, we looked at it while we were out there on the site. There are 7 that are affected with that buffer. We found a location for it. There's an open area by the pool, so we're trading open area to open area where I can replace, I believe, at least 5 over in front of the pool compared to the 7 that we'd be removing for the setback.
Okay.
Then we have snow removal, storage. Snow removal, storage.
Chris?
Chris Bob with Gosling Zuback. Claire and I kind of corresponded as far as the snow removal. If you use Garfield Township's ordinance, I believe it's 10% area you're required. As far as the parking, I believe we're at about 86,000 square feet for the parking, so that'd be 8,600 feet. So we're proposing 3,500 of it would be down here where we've identified snow removal storage, and then the rest would be in the retention area. So that would be about 5,000 square feet. The retention area is 16,000. So that would be less than the 50%.
Less than the half. And that was what Wade Trim had recommended, was a maximum of half of the retention basin be full with snow storage.
Then those drains, are they any filtration tank or any filtration? Because that's, well, I know I can't see exactly where the water kind of,
So the storm
the creek,
sewer?
the creek goes there, you know,
So
it cuts off on my
the
thing.
stormwater is
Yeah, down
gonna be
there in
carried
that
by the
corner.
storm Sewer to the retention ponds, and then we haven't got approval yet from MDOT, but we're gonna have an emergency
Oh,
overflow
yeah.
that will tie into the MDOT storm sewer system.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So the parking spaces that you would potentially lose with the 50-foot buffer, you'd put them on the pool, which is on the, they be on the west side?
West side.
West side of the pool, kind of down that,
Right, we'd have to move the pool over just a bit back towards the other pool and gain those.
I gotcha, okay, yep, I see that, okay.
And I'd still be allowed, I'd still have the open area because we're creating more open area for the buffer.
So where did you say that you were going to put the charging stations? Is that,
So back by the,
so would that go back by those new spots that you're putting in the pool or not?
no,
Okay.
more than likely I'd actually end up right here because there's an entrance into the building right here. And I'd also have one for the handicap spaces as well.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Typically, we size the electric system for 25% of the parking to eventually be electric.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Claire.
Just one comment. It sounds like the applicant is going to be short 4 spaces, and that would be, a planning commission determination. When I look at the access connection that they're making and the number of spaces that would be lost with that access connection, it looks like it's about 5 spaces could potentially be, justification for that. So just wanted to mention that.
Got it.
Okay. Appreciate that.
So is that something that we would need to note within our findings of fact, basically, that we're comfortable with that standard being met? Okay. Well, go ahead. Mindy.
So they're obviously going to have to do a new site plan. Are you comfortable with us approving what we talked about with staff actually reviewing it, or where do we need to go with that?
If the planning commission is comfortable, I would be comfortable verifying that the open space is is, consistent with the requirement, that's the 29%, that we meet that 50-foot setback from the structure, and that the parking is, that we meet that, I guess it would be 200 parking spaces. So if the planning commission was comfortable with staff administrative approval on that, I would be comfortable with that.
Okay.
You'd probably be picking up more open space, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you're moving for the setback, the 50-foot setback, yeah,
Definitely.
7 versus 5.
Yeah.
you'd have to be increasing the open space.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah,
Yeah.
especially with 2 less parking spaces.
So that wouldn't be a problem.
Any applicant, did you want to speak to any of these changes as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate on behalf of the ownership, we feel very comfortable that a 4 to 5 ratio meets today's needs, and especially with an annual occupancy of 65 to 70%, we would be comfortable.
Thank you. Yeah, in the world of the hospitality situation, from just experience, you're probably not wanting to double book yourself with outside occupants in the summer months where it's overly busy anyway. I'm guessing that you'd probably do that more so in the slower months to kind of make up for those vacancies, right? So just operationally, I'm comfortable with the reduction of parking just because we're right next to the creek. I'm actually glad that we picked up some more buffering between that and the parking structure, just naturally anyway, so maybe we got lucky there, I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm comfortable with the reduction of parking to that 200. Any other questions, Mindy?
I was going to make a motion.
Or a motion could be had?
I will make a motion that the planning commission recommend site plan review 9-22 TC Hyatt Hotel, subject to the conditions within the staff memo, all 6 of them, and adding a 7th condition that site plan review associated with open space to meet or exceed 29%, and that parking spaces be realigned so that there is a 50-foot setback to Mitchell Creek, and that in our statements of fact is that we recognize that the inter-use between the Hampton Inn and this development will lose 5 spaces, and so therefore we acknowledge that this site will have 200 parking spaces, which is 4 less than what is required.
It's a mouthful.
Can I offer a friendly clarification?
Absolutely.
What about also illustration of the location of the e-charging stations on site as well?
I don't think we need that, though.
Don't we? I'm good with that if. Sure. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
We've tentatively planned for 25 spaces, but we might set up provisions for an additional 25, because we don't know what 10 years will bring.
25 charging stations?
25 charging stations. So
Okay.
currently, right now, the recommendation for the brand is about 10% of your rooms, but the data is showing that we'll reach above 10% need in another 7 to 8 years. So we're going to set up provisions for future additional 25. So we're currently going to do 25 with provisions to potentially add an additional 25.
Okay.
But we haven't really figured out where those additional parking spaces would go.
That's not really late.
Initially, they'll go right along the building here.
Okay. Got it. Thank you for that.
They would basically run the conduit and pipe, and then we would be able to access and add that later.
Got it. Interesting. I don't know how I feel. I'm great. I'm happy that you're doing it. Maybe it doesn't need to be in there. Do we address that in our code anywhere as far as e-charging stations? I mean, it is kind of new tech, right?
We should add that.
Yeah.
Updated ordinance.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just,
it's a business decision. It would be a poor business decision not to put them in there.
yeah.
But, I mean, I don't.
I think of it kind of like a pool, though. We asked for the location of the pool. I don't know. I don't have, do you guys have any, one way or the other?
I
I don't feel that
It's
it
not in
needs to
the
be,
ordinance.
I don't feel it needs to be in this motion.
Okay,
I don't think so either.
okay. So, never mind. I'm glad we aired that out.
Was there support?
I'll support it.
Thank you. So, motion by Mindy, seconded by Paul, for approval of site plan review 9-22 with the appropriate conditions, with the other mouthful Mindy stated regarding a minimum of 200 space requirements approved internally by staff. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Sure, we have Walters.
Yes.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Edley.
Yes.
Nimitz.
Yes.
Ferguson.
Yes.
And Leonard.
Yes, thank you. Motion carries. Appreciate your time. Okay. And the last item of business under new business is site plan review 8-22, TC Water Sports at Sugar Beach. This is a public hearing, discussion, and possible action. Claire, would you kick us off, please?
Sure. Find my note. Okay, so TC Water Sports, they are seeking approval for jet ski and boat rental operation at the Sugar Beach Hotel. The Sugar Beach Resort and Hotel site plan was approved back in 1994. I pulled out the old site plan, reviewed all the landscaping, dumpster enclosure, kind of all of those site plan requirements, and the site, it's been well-maintained since that approval. So most of what you'll see on the site plan is not anything new. The site plan is really, for the most part, existing conditions. So as you know, TC Water Sports is currently in operation at that location. The Zoning Board of Appeals made a decision that TC Water Sports is not an accessory use, which required them to come in front of the Planning Commission for site plan review. So you may recall that in 2021, TC Water Sports came before the Planning Commission for approval for a similar operation at the former Irish Boat Shop. And at that time, the township considered this a use by right, which, and you'll see that there's a letter from Preston Taylor, our zoning administrator, going into the details of why the township sees this as a use by right, sees this as similar to marinas and other use, I think it's in other uses there too. So that would be the use that we're saying is a similar use, and the regional business district allows the Planning Commission to approve uses that it feels are similar to the uses that are permitted by right, as well as it allows combination of uses. So this would also be a combination of uses. It would be both the operation of the resort hotel as well as the TC Water Sports operation. I'd say the parking requirements are one that I wanted to focus on this evening. They require some interpretation as well as discretion by the Planning Commission. So Article 7 of the zoning ordinance states that in the instance of dual function of off-street parking spaces, where operating hours for parking needs occur at distinctly different times, the Planning Commission may grant an exception. So TC Water Sports tonight is seeking an exception from the Planning Commission. There's quite a bit of information and documentation in your packet from staff perspective. We looked at Sugar Beach Resort Hotel. They currently have an excess of 7 spaces. And the zoning administrator has determined that TC Water Sports use is most like hotel, motel, tourist home. And so factoring in the number of employees, the number of jet skis and boats, and they would be required 22 spaces. So basically, there's an excess of 15 spaces that need to be made up on the site plan. Yes.
Does that include the fuel trailer?
That, I do not believe that was included, but I might need to double check that. I don't recall.
So if we included that, we'd be down to 14.
16.
Oh, we were at 16.
Yeah.
Now we're down to 15.
Yeah. Yeah, so there are
Okay.
15 to 16 spaces that would require that dual function during differing hours. And so that's a determination by the Planning Commission. You'll see there's justifications and assumptions that are presented to you by TC Water Sports, including hours of operation, the checkout policy, the number of walk-ins and hotel guests as a percentage of the total guests that they're servicing. Also wanted to mention to you, the registration booth is proposed to be completely removed, and that's what was passed out to you on the updated site plan that was brought this evening. I apologize for the delay in getting that. You'll see that they're proposing that guests would check in and out on the dock and not having any type of a structure. And then you will also see in the site plan review standards, I went ahead and provided a few options for satisfied or not satisfied for the Planning Commission to review and discuss, just based on the exhibits and information that we have presented for us. So there's a number of items also at the end of the staff report for Planning Commission discussion, and happy to answer any questions. Also, I've loaded up the presentation that's going to go on with the public hearing, so we've got that loaded up as well.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions of staff? Mindy?
I feel like I'm the only one talking.
You're doing great.
So at the site plan review, we talked to Saburi about what is going to replace the registration booth, and he did describe, I don't know if it's a structure, but there is going to be a table, if you will, that has drawers. I don't know that it's removable each night, and I just want to make sure, because you said there was going to be no type of structure, and they're actually talking about two.
I guess I would defer to Peter. I think that anything outside of the ordinary high water mark is beyond the jurisdiction of the township for regulating building, is my understanding.
Yes, and of course, I don't know exactly what they're proposing as far as the, elimination of the building, but if it's a temporary desk or a temporary structure that's not affixed, to the dock itself or affixed to the property, even on a temporary basis with a foundation, if it's simply a desk, I would not consider that to be what you would consider to be a structure, because the dock obviously supersedes that.
So it's a check-in feature, per se?
I just
Call
want
it
to
whatever you
clarify
want.
because.
I would let the applicant clarify, because usually when I'll just go by what I've observed in my area, going Torch Lake, there's a jet ski boat rental facility right by the dockside restaurant there. Although they have a structure there, what I've observed just walking by there is somebody walking around with an Apple phone with a slip, where you scan the card, not really requiring a structure, to begin with. So I guess we'll find out from the applicant exactly what they're going to do.
I just want to make sure that Claire knew that there was something coming, whether it's a structure or not.
In furniture, I don't know if the furniture would be considered a structure if it's not an attached, if it's just an open desk.
But if it's,
or storage shed.
if it's over the water, then it's not our jurisdiction, right?
Generally not, no. That's why the bottom line, that would be enforced then by the state, based on their lease. It's not an issue for the township.
Any other questions of staff? Okay. And the applicant's here as well. Please step up. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners, I am Dusty Christensen with Mansfield Land Use Consultants, here tonight on behalf of the applicant, TC Water Sports. The applicant is here as well. Saburi just jumped up to the front row. He's going to help me out with this presentation. What I'd like to do at the beginning portion of this presentation is just talk generally about the site plan and kind of where we're at, and then Saburi is going to support me with some additional information related primarily to parking, because there are a lot of moving pieces with that portion of the project, and he's more well-versed. He's been really diving into that parking issue and has a lot of information to share on that front. So again, as Claire laid out, we're here for site plan review. of a historically existing use that's been in operation on this site at 1773 US 31 North, the Sugar Beach Hotel site, for almost 30 years. Basically, since the hotel was built in about 94, there's been a watercraft rental operation located on this site. Again, we've been in front of the Planning Commission for the Irish Boat Shop project further east from this site, but again, it's a similar use that has been deemed as a use by right in the regional business district in the township here. I'd like to just kind of go over the site plan. You guys know where it is. We were all there at 5:30. We looked at all the pertinent information, but again, US 31 is on the south side of the site. We have one drive access here centered within the property that serves the existing parking lot, and then the two hotel buildings that are connected by that elevated breezeway across the building, and then a pedestrian access out to the beach, the dock that we saw out in East Bay while we were out on site as permitted by Eagle in 2021, and then a shared access over to the Sugar Beach Villas and an additional access point for fire and emergencies and folks to come in and out of that additional property. Previously, the rental booth for TC Water Sports operation was located right here on the west property line of the site. We have eliminated that from the site plan in order to react to some of the concerns that had been raised as a part of this project's approval process. So the booth that created a lot of activity and congregation in that corner of the site directly adjacent to the property to the west has been eliminated. And as was discussed in the intro to the project, we're replacing that with two what we're calling rental counters on either platform. So one here near the jet ski hoists and one here near the boat hoists, which is a 4-foot by 2-foot counter surface, a regular kitchen counter height, so it provides a place to set things down, maybe sign some paperwork. Most of the operations this day and age are all digital, but again, this counter will have some storage space within it so that any paperwork and tools that may be needed throughout the day for TC Water Sports staff can be stored within that counter. Other than that, the applicant has offered to reduce the number of proposed boats and jet skis available for rental on this site to 9 boats and 12 jet skis. Again, the jet skis are located here on this portion of the dock, the boats further out into the lake. It's important to remember, I guess, I'm talking a little bit about the efforts that the applicants have gone to reduce impacts on neighboring properties, and it's something that they're trying to do in order to find a way to reach out and try to make this a project that works for everybody. But it is important to remember, as pointed out in your planner's staff report and in the letter from Preston Taylor, that there are other use by right uses in the regional business district, including a marina, which this use is akin to, that will provide even greater impacts, such as fuel sales, service of boats, so maintenance and repair, and a far greater possibility for number of slips. So in and of itself, the boat rental, watercraft rental use is lower impact than other use by right uses in the zoning district. And then we're going above and beyond that, reacting to the things that we've heard as a part of the approval process to lower impacts. Again, eliminating the sales booth, replacing it with the counters, eliminating through the Eagle permitting process, dockage and even temporary dockage on the west side of the dock, congregating that on the east side of the dock to prevent any potential impacts to the neighboring properties, even in the water on the west side of that dock. Based on discussions with the fire marshal at GT Metro Fire, and we've relocated the fuel trailer location within the parking lot. The original plan that was submitted showed it in its historic location, which is the third space in off the south end of the building here. We've relocated it based on the fire marshal's recommendation and request to the furthest southwest parking space in the parking lot. And again, I think I've covered all of my high points. I would like to hit just generally on parking before I hand it over to Saburi. This submittal for the proposed use by TC Water Sports on this site is proposing shared parking with the Sugar Beach Hotel on site only. The general manager from Sugar Beach over the past 10 years was a part of the group who's recently sold the hotel, but provided documentation that I believe is in your packet stating that the shared parking has worked well over the past 10 years for these two uses that have historically existed on this site. With that, I'll hand it over to Saburi for some more information about the parking and what he's discovered and what he's put together. But we also feel that we comply with the ordinance standards for this use by right, and based on the recommendations in your staff report, obviously pending any questions that you have, and we may be able to answer those for you, favorable approval tonight with any conditions that you see fit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks again for coming tonight. Appreciate you hearing us out here. Just wanted to start by reading the intent of the Regional Business District. Which is to provide for commercial, retail, and recreational enterprises intended to serve the greater Grand Traverse region and the tourist industry. So we feel very strongly that we meet the intent of the district. The intent of the parking calculation, it is stated in the code as the proper number of parking spaces for any given use as specified in this section is based on considerations of maximum number of motor vehicles that can be expected on the premises at the same time during an average day. I'm sure you've probably all seen in our briefing, our memos, that there is a parking table within the ordinance that allows for a calculation for various uses that are expected within the zone. Most uses by right appear to have an attached calculation. For whatever reason, there was no calculation found for marinas or uses similar to marinas. For whatever reason, it's not present there. However, there are some provisions within the code that allow for treatment of uses similar to uses by right. The code states that that can be determined by the zoning administrator. Specifically, if you can let me find my reference here. It says in the for uses similar in type or for the purposes of parking, it says land uses which in the judgment of the zoning administrator are sufficiently similar to defined permitted uses within the district to be treated in a manner similar to such uses. We believe that we've received that recommendation from the zoning administrator, that we have satisfied the requirements of being a use similar to a use by right, as referenced by Mr. Wendling's memos as well on the same subject, and also further in the approval for the site plan at Irish Boat Shop, the former Irish Boat Shop. There's also a provision in the code that allows for the exception to the parking standard based on distinctly different needs of the use or building. Claire's already touched base on that a little bit. So we do believe that we meet the requirements of that exception. We've provided a lot of that in our memos and our attachments that we've sent in to you recently, but just kind of some breakdowns of the reasons why we think we should be approved for the parking. First and foremost, we've been operating without parking issues. We've operated TC Water Sports since the summer of 2014 from Sugar Beach. Previously, we operated Traverse Bay Parasail in conjunction with TC Water Sports. There have been combinations of uses from this location for 30 years, or pretty close to it, maybe at least 28 years, including boat rentals and various tours in addition to the hotel. So in addition to TC Watersports parking needs, we have effectively been able to operate for our entire existence without parking issues. So the code talks about the differing needs of the business and delineating that between the two uses. Hotel rooms by nature rent by the night. People want a place to sleep. Some people may hang out at the hotel during the day, but for the most part, the main intention of renting a hotel room is to spend the night. People come to Traverse City to experience this beautiful area. They come to experience our great restaurants. They come to experience the festivals, the 1.8 million visitors a year that visit Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, all the concerts, great downtown shops. Those are all things that draw people away from the hotel during the day. As pointed out by Port Travers in one of our previous public hearings, they said most of the guests at Sugar Beach do not actually hang out at the hotel or the beach all day. So within the contrast in hours, it's important to consider that the hotel has represented that they have an average turnover of 40% on a day, on a busy summer day. So if the hotel were completely booked solid, every single room was booked, they're expecting 39 vacancies between the hours of checkout and check-in. 11 a.m. is the required checkout time. A lot of people check out sooner than that, but that's the required checkout time. 4 o'clock p.m. is the required, the earliest check-in time. So between the hours of 11 and 4, which are peak hours for TC Watersports, we expect just from the turnover of the hotel 39 vacant parking spaces. That's before considering any of the other reasons why people would leave the property during the day. It's before considering any other factor. We are seeking approval for 22 parking spaces based on the calculation that the zoning administrator came up with, or the zoning director came up with for this, which is 7 for staff and 15 for the boats and jet skis. So we're expecting that we will have almost double the number of spaces just from turnover of the hotel when fully booked. In addition to that, I've already talked about reasons why people want to leave the hotel during the day. To the extent that people do stay on the property, a lot of those customers are going to stay on the property to use our services. We've represented to you that a significant portion of our business comes from directly at the hotel and or neighboring properties. The people who are staying at Sugar Beach who want to use our services shouldn't count twice against our parking needs. Separately, Sugar Beach has, per calculation, 7 excess parking spaces that we would be utilizing. So what we're essentially asking for is that this shared parking agreement would account for those additional 15 spots required based on shared use of the same spots. Again, we want to make it abundantly clear that we've operated our business since its inception without parking issue, while alongside Traverse Bay Parasail and Sugar Beach, and based on the equipment that we've used in the past. There have been a lot of representations that have been made in past meetings regarding how much equipment TC Watersports has. We have done the hard work of establishing and identifying what we had in each year, so we know what our uses are. And in Port Travers' memo, they have recommended that we reduce our equipment to the same levels that we had 6 to 10 years ago. The township has placed a limitation on our use through the Bottomlands resolution of 16 jet skis and 10 boats. We are asking for less than that, less than what has been recommended by the township or required by the township, less than what has been recommended by Port Travers, and in fact, less than TC Watersports has operated with since at least 2016. Keep in mind with Travers Bay Parasail, Travers Bay Parasail was one of 3 parasail businesses in the entire state of Michigan, one of maybe 8 in the Midwest. It was not just a tour boat, it was an attraction. It was an area attraction that drew people from, on a regular basis, drive-ins from Chicago or Ohio or Canada just for the day. So as that Travers Bay Parasail was mostly drive-in heavy business traffic, which is a very different business model than TC Watersports. We are mostly walk-up/hotel guests. In 2021, we decided reluctantly to close Travers Bay Parasail after 25 years in business, primarily to reduce potential impacts on the neighbors. And as a result, we saw a dramatic drop in the use of parking. Again, we represent that we had sufficient parking during the entire time Travers Bay Parasail and TC Watersports coexisted on the property, and after that reduction, we saw a significant improvement in the parking. There have been several discussions about bringing in boats from off-property, from other locations. And this was something that we did a fair amount of in 2021. In our business model, we operate from a few different locations. Most of those locations are operated separately from each other. However, Grand Beach and Sugar Beach Resort being owned by the same property owner, they're in conjunction with one another. And so we have stored temporarily boats at Grand Beach that we intend to operate out of Sugar Beach, but those numbers are inclusive of the total that we've provided here. So we're not seeking to bring in any additional boats from any locations beyond this 9 and 12 that we're representing to you. And we're willing to have that restriction reasonably. In the normal course of business, we're going to launch boats, we're going to retrieve boats, we're going to sell boats, we're going to buy boats. We're going to take them out for maintenance, up to the mechanic and bring them back in. And so there is going to be some rotation of equipment that results from that, but we're willing to be restricted to that 9 and 12 total. There is a caveat to the 12 jet skis. We desire to have a 13th jet ski that is not for rental, that is strictly for a chase or rescue, something that we use purely to promote safety at our location. If we do see anybody who's potentially violating our rules or acting unsafely, we can go out and talk to them and ask them to stop, warn them, or send them back into the dock. But being able to have the ability in the event of an emergency to rescue or recover is something that we would really like to be able to have. And we don't think that it should count against our parking needs because it's not driving any customer traffic. And that's something that we've had at Sugar Beach the last year or so. Plain and simple, if Sugar Beach didn't have enough room for its own customers, they wouldn't want us there. They wouldn't rent to us. If they had issues, and I know you guys have to consider the worst case scenarios here. If they didn't have enough room for their own customers to park, they're not going to want a business like ours to be there. So collectively, with all these things that we have provided, we feel very strongly that there's never been an issue with a lack of parking for TC Watersports, whether or not it was operating alongside the Parasail business, and these extra concessions that we are willing to voluntarily incorporate, we think dramatically reduce that concern. we admit that we've made some mistakes in the past, and as we've been in business, we have an opportunity to grow and learn from those mistakes. We've had issues with our dock permit and finding out that we weren't compliant, and as soon as we found out, we made every effort to bring it into compliance and have been compliant. We care about the issues that are raised by our neighbors. We're really anticipating a lot of that to be about impact and the potential impact of a boat rental adjacent to their residential community. We care about those concerns. We've done the best job that we could possibly do to try and address those concerns by eliminating the booth completely and any congestion that would be along the property line, by incorporating into our dock design the concerns about boat traffic and use of the west side of the dock, and with all of the other details that have been addressed by the zoning director regarding fuel storage, signage, and all those things. So I appreciate you guys all hearing me out. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those questions for you. I know there was a comment about structure. I think you can probably pull up the definition of structure in the code, and I believe there's some terminology in there about being permanently affixed or having, a permanent attachment. But if there's any other questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Can we wait till after the public hearing?
Sure. Okay, thank you. We may have some more, but have a seat. Appreciate it. So this is a public hearing, and so I would say let's open the public hearing at 8:45. And again, anyone that's happy to come up and comment, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you. Oh, yes, excuse me. So generally speaking, we've got a 3-minute limit on public comment. I know that we're going to have a quick presentation by Port Traverse Condominium Association, so I think we're going to give them a little pass on collectively, so long as maybe one person reiterates the joint venture of the group, if you will, and overall maybe reduces our time. I think Claire's had a little background on that one. And we appreciate it, by the way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Chris Bizdock. I'm here to represent Port Traverse this evening. Some of them will have some comments as well, but I appreciate the opportunity to make a... Sorry, I was trying to time myself, so I didn't take up too much time. There it is. We're here to talk to you about the concerns that Port Traverse has. We submitted a very detailed memo with a lot of information discussing a lot of the ordinance standards, and I understand that some water has moved under the bridge or the dock, so to speak, since then, but a lot of those issues are still live, and I want to talk to you about those as well tonight. How did we get here? I think this is very important to understand how we got here. This is not a business that's been operating in compliance with township zoning for years and years, and this is the way we've always been doing things. This is a business that's been operating without any township zoning approvals for a very long time, and has argued that they didn't need to because of statutes of limitations or whatever, that they didn't need to follow the rules. 2007, Sugar Beach got a bottomlands approval for a small rental operation, 4 boats, 4 jet skis. The township signed off on that on the condition that it was limited to rentals to Sugar Beach guests only and not for other commercial purposes. TC Water Sports began operating at Sugar Beach a few years later, never applied for any township approvals. For about a 6 or 7 year period, TC Water Sports expanded the number of boats and jet skis, expanded the hoists, expanded the docks, added rental desks and other hotels, marketed to other places to come to TC Water Sports. In December 2021, on an appeal by Port Traverse to the ZBA ruled that TC Water Sports was not an accessory use and required site plan approval. This is that resolution I mentioned. We've submitted all this info to you. These are just snapshots, understanding that there's some limited time tonight and it's gotten to be a long meeting already. Limited to residents and guests of Sugar Beach Resort. These are the township's words. Seasonal dock shall not be used for any other commercial purposes. This is what it looked like in 2015. This is what it looked like 5 years later. No approvals, no applications, no permissions, just kept growing the business. And that's what they want you to approve now by site plan approval, is the illegal growth of the business without any township zoning compliance. This is an entity that's had years of chronic rule breaking of all sorts that has impacted the neighbors. It has impacted the neighbors. This is a photo of employees at TC Water Sports dumping dish soap into the water to try to address a gasoline spill. Okay? This is Eagle saying you've had multiple incidents of gasoline releases into the waters of Grand Traverse Bay at your operation. Not an isolated incident, multiple instances. This is the Army Corps last year, operating without permits that are required, installing docks that are not permitted, engaging in activities without valid permissions from the Army Corps. This is the township attorney this spring. This was after the ZBA appeal, and TC Water Sports sued the township and was contesting that decision, but the township attorney wrote them a letter and said, unless and until you get a reversal, you need to apply for site plan approval. You can't just be out there marketing and planning to operate without any permission as a result of what the ZBA said. Eagle, this is not old history, this is a few days ago. You can't operate at this site. There was an effort, and it was documented in an email from Sally Somsel to you with a lot of information. They were ramping up to open for Memorial Day weekend. They were marketing, they put in the dock, they were getting ready to open, and Eagle had to send them essentially a cease and desist letter saying, you can't do that. You don't have a proper bottomlands lease. You have an old bottomlands lease for a location that's further to the east, but you don't have a bottomlands lease for the place where you've installed your dock. You're occupying bottomlands you don't have a lease for. Sugar Beach said, they don't have our permission to install the dock, they don't have our permission to operate, they don't have proper insurance coverage for us. This again is not old history, this is a few days ago. So again, it's one thing after another of not following the rules, of not obtaining the permissions, of making representations and not following through. And this is what Port Traverse has been living with for many years now. This is the standard, this is the other thing I want to talk to you about tonight. This is that standard for something that's not a use by right, but it's a determination that the Planning Commission can make. And I want to be really clear, the way that ordinance is set up, it's the Planning Commission's decision. The zoning administrator, who does an excellent job, who I respect very much, he offers you a recommendation. But the Planning Commission makes this call. Is this a use by right? Is it similar to a use by right in such a way? And how are we measuring whether it's similar? We're measuring it based on the impacts that it causes, right? That's what that ordinance says. We evaluate the impacts that it causes. TC Water Sports does not have similar impacts to a marina. Marinas are not wedged up against their neighbor's property line, right? They have 300 feet. Sugar Beach has 300 feet of frontage. Why does this have to be stacked on top of Port Traverse? Marinas wouldn't do that. Marinas are in the center of the property that they have frontage on. Marinas don't funnel large crowds right next to their neighbor. We understand that the HUD is coming out. We think there was no choice. That's not a magnanimous gesture. It doesn't meet any setbacks, so it had to come out. But, you know, we're still going to have a dock that's now closer than it was 2 years ago, or closer than it was last year by 40 or so feet. So we're still funneling people against Port Traverse, and marinas don't do that. They don't bring in guests from other hotels and say, come down here and rent from us down at this location. They don't market at other hotels to come down to Sugar Beach and send those customers to walk across their neighbor's property. If there's enough sand, maybe they walk on the sand. If the water's high, they walk across the lawn. They walk across the seawall at Port Traverse. And it's not an isolated incident. There's rental desks that are sending people across the Port Traverse property. Marinas don't do that. There's no comparable impact that a marina has on neighbors. Marinas don't store additional boats at other locations, bring them over to rent at the main site. We already heard about that from the Irish Boat Shop. Marinas handle their fuel responsibly. They don't have teenagers carrying gas cans down a narrow path full of scrap wood and junk hour after hour, day after day, to fuel all these operations going in and out, hour after hour after hour, all this gasoline. They don't drop the fuel nozzles in the water and let them sit there long enough for people next door to notice them and take pictures of gasoline nozzles hanging in the lake. The decision that you have to make is whether this is similar enough to a marina to constitute a use by right, and it's not. It causes impacts that are different and worse than a marina, in our opinion, respectfully. It does not meet numerous other site plan standards that are documented in that memo we sent you. We believe that the rule breaking is likely to continue, and you need to keep that in mind in terms of the kinds of standards and decisions you're making. We think you should deny this application. If you don't deny this application, you need to impose meaningful conditions on it. Move it over. Let them go back to Eagle and apply for another bottomlands lease and apply for another permit. Look at how much, I mean, look, this is the frontage. This is where all this activity takes place. This is Port Traverse. Move it over. That would be a meaningful bit of relief for Port Traverse. Other conditions, limit the watercraft to what the original intent was. In other words, to the number of boats before they just started violating the zoning and increasing the business without applying for any approval. Why would you reward them for all these years of increasing the size of this operation, the number of boats and equipment on this operation? Why would you now give them the blessing of an approval for that growth that was never permitted? Limit the rentals to Sugar Beach hotel guests, require that they stop their guests from trespassing across Port Traverse, transport that fuel away from the property line. Don't take it down that path full of wood, and I think there was some like open electric, right, equipment, sort of the laundry is right there. Don't let them take the gasoline cans all day down that narrow path next to Port Traverse. Prohibit them from bringing in the additional watercraft. They said they're willing to do that. And don't bend the parking rules for them. We provided, I don't have time for this right now, but we provided a lot of detail, our perspective on that. Maybe there's going to be a new liquor license at Sugar Beach. That's going to draw a lot more cars. The boats, many of these boats carry more people than you can bring to the site in one car. There's a lot of details about parking in our memo as well, and I don't want to prolong your meeting with talking about that. So that's our view of this. We think you should deny it. We think it is not similar enough to a marina to be considered a use by right. And if you are going to grant something, give us meaningful conditions. Give us meaningful relief. These people have been putting up with this stuff for a very long time now, and they're looking to the township, to their township government to help them out. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
I have hard copies if you want those of what I did.
Okay, thank you.
If that's useful. Thank you.
Yep. Any other members of the public for talking about this specific use?
All public?
Yep, anyone?
Hi,
Hello, can you please just give us your name and your address for the record?
my name is Jessica. I live at 286 East South Airport Road. I've worked at TC Watersports since 2016. I worked there the summer of 2016, 2017, 2018, and again this year. Every summer I've worked with TC Watersports, and we have been encouraged by the owners to be respectful of all of our neighbors, to abide by all the rules that they told us we need to abide by, and the hotels, their asks and requests from us. We've always been encouraged to be super respectful and mindful of all of those. Another thing I did want to mention is, since I've worked there in 2016, there was always a privacy fence, so that that narrow pathway that he talked about that goes alongside the hotel. That narrow pathway was for our use as TC Watersports employees, but also the hotel. employees. There were many employees that used that narrow pathway. There was always privacy with that privacy fence. I was over at Sugar Beach the other day to grab some things out of the booth, and that fence was removed. I'm not sure who removed that fence, but that, in my opinion, does add some, like, I guess if there was any kind of issue with that narrow pathway and using that pathway and it disturbing anyone, whoever decided to remove the fence, that's going to now encourage, I guess, more disturbance. So I don't know who decided to do that, but there was that narrow pathway, there wasn't a lot going on back there that was of disturbance, from my opinion, as someone who worked there summer after summer. Another thing I did want to mention tonight is the parking lot situation. Every morning when I would come in, there was parking available for us TC Water Sports employees. When we would leave at lunchtime, during like the mid-afternoon, our busy time, there were several parking spots available. The parking lot was significantly less occupied during those busy hours of TC Water Sports, a slower time for the hotel. And then again in the evening, it was packed up a little bit as people were coming back to the hotel who were staying there, but again, plenty of parking space, and that was at the time that our staff was leaving as well, so hotel guests would be returning later on in the evening from their day's activities. But that's just what I wanted to mention.
Great. Jessica, what was your last name?
Faye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Any other public comment out there?
Hi, my name's Doug Lipinski, and I'm a resident at Port Traverse.
Thank you.
Welcome. I'm going to focus on points raised in an email you received from Kevin Miller this past Sunday, and that Kevin raised in an email to the Planning and Zoning Department almost 5 months ago on January 19th. A temporary dock such as TC Water Sports is explicitly not a use by right in the Regional Business District according to the Land Use Table in Section 303 of the zoning ordinance. And the Planning Commission should not overrule the Land Use Table by ignoring what the Land Use Table says it is and saying it is similar to something the Zoning Board of Appeal has ruled that it isn't. The proposed TC Water Sports dock is a temporary dock under the Township Zoning Ordinance. On February 9, 2021, the Township Zoning Board of Appeal determined in 2021 that TC Water Sports was not a marina under the zoning ordinance. According to the Land Use Table, a temporary dock is explicitly not a use by right in the Regional Business District because the relevant box in the Land Use Table is not marked with an R. Although Section 412.2 of the zoning ordinance provides that something similar to a use of right, as determined by the Planning Commission, is also a use by right, that determination is totally within the discretion of the Planning Commission and should only be used as a gap filler where a proposed use is not covered by the Land Use Table in the zoning ordinance, and not to overrule the Land Use Table. The Planning Commission should not overrule the Land Use Table by designating something like a temporary dock that is specifically not a use by right in the RBD according to the Land Use Table as a use by right because it is similar to something like a marina, which the Zoning Board of Appeal has said it's not. By way of example, hotels and motels are used by rights in the RBD, but bed and breakfasts are explicitly not uses by right in the RBD. According to the Land Use Table, and the Planning Commission should not be able to overrule the Land Use Table by designating a bed and breakfast as a use by right in the Regional Business District, where the Land Use Table specifically says bed and breakfast is not a use of right. Furthermore, Section 412.2 of the zoning ordinance, by requiring a report that addresses the potential generation of traffic, congestion, noise, odors, dust, litter, and similar impacts, makes it clear that each determination by the Planning Commission that a use is similar to a use by right is a fact and location-specific decision at the discretion of the Planning Commission. And any prior determination, like the prior determination of the Planning Commission with respect to Irish Boat Shop, is not binding and has no precedential value on the discretionary determination of the Planning Commission, is now being asked to make. The TC Watersports position that the Irish Boat Shop determined set a binding precedence would imply that going forward, every temporary dock on the East Bay is now a use by right, effectively overruling the land use table. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Chris, can I turn this down?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Sally Samsel, 1717 US 31 North. I'm here on behalf of myself, as well as I am president of the Port Traverse Condo Association. I'm going to just give you a few of the facts going on. On page 156 of the meeting packet here is a copy of the State of Michigan Eagle dock permit. Item number 11 talks about what can or cannot be out on the dock. They got in trouble before because they had all of these benches, tables, chairs, umbrellas, a whole bunch of stuff out on the dock, and they had to remove them all. On number 11, on page 156, says, additional attachments not shown on the permitted plans to permitted structures, including but not limited to roofs, sidewalls, handrails, benches, decks, docks, piers, or extensions thereof are not authorized by this permit. Just the docks and the hoists. So I don't know how the rental counters are going to be put out on the dock. Just to give you a heads up there. For the past year, and the Planning Commission has been reviewing wedding venues, recreation areas, barn uses, conversions, and land use by various groups. In many cases, it has come down to how many people are on site. Every other weekend usage, how burdensome it is to the adjoining property owners or in the neighborhood. In our case, the burden on us at Port Traverse is a seasonal, everyday occurrence. 2007, Sugar Beach dock permit allowed 4 boats and 4 jet skis. In 2013, TC Watersports took over operations. 2014 through 16 was a period of growth, as Saburi told you. A number of written complaints and visits to the township offices were made during 2016 by Port Traverse residents. The township took some action, but the growth continued. So after complaining to the township and to the manager at Sugar Beach, we started to investigate the permits and what the planning and zoning department can do. It was determined that they had expanded the business without approval from the federal, state, and local governments. In fact, ACE cited them for the violation in 2020, that they were not in compliance, and that is why 2021, they had to go back to supposedly the 4 boats and 4 jet skis at the dock. But this is when the merry-go-round of boats in, boats out, boats in, boats out occurred. Now we are asking you, as you review this application for site plan review, for the very first time, you need to realize that TC Watersports is located on a small piece of land within the 3.8 acres on the Sugar Beach property. And it is not owned by TC Watersports. Since they do not have a valid bottomlands lease, you heard from Mr. Bisdock what has happened in the past couple weeks. And what Mr. Wendling also wrote them back in, I think it was April. They were supposed to conduct operations. But back to the numbers of the wedding guests. Impact, as Mr. Boyer said. So we're going to talk about the number of customers that come each and every day to the property line, or that they will be contained within a small area between 43 feet and our property line. If TC Water Sports was operating at full capacity, there could be over 800 customers or people, not all at one time, but continuously throughout the day on the property. They come to the site, go to their rental ride, and come back. So those customers see this little piece of property twice in one day. Their time may be short, 20 to 30 minutes. Check in, get their water coolers around, find their towels, beach clothes, et cetera, and then 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes after their boat ride is done, to gather and organize their possessions and return the life jackets, take care of their credit card receipts, throw away trash, but they leave and are replaced by others and others and others. Information that I obtained from the TC Water Sports website and my observations were used to yield these numbers. If this business was operating at full capacity, 832 customers times 2 visits equals 1,664 people visits per day. Now this would be at capacity for what all the boats were holding. In 2020, these numbers could have been 738 times 2. Granted that these are large numbers, but again, multiplied by 2. And utilizing only 75% is a possibility. We would be 553 boats and jet skis participants, again, times 2. In comparison to the 2007 dock permits and the township resolution, which according to ACE was still the valid operating dock permits until August of 2021, there could have been, at that time, 4 boats, 4 jet skis, 180 users, or at a 75% capacity, 135 customer participants times 2 visits. All right, we'll move along quickly here. See, I'm getting the yellow card. In your pack, in the little blue packet that I passed out to you, in the front are some worksheets that you can figure out your own numbers. I put down how many boats they had and what the capacity of the boats were, so I'll let you figure that out. I want to repeat what has already been said. You have the power to deny this application of a business that is not a use by right, nor classified as a marina by the East Bay Township Zoning Board of Appeals. Also, 10 boats is what they were filling out here. 9 boats is what they've gone down to. They're really great guys. Well, the Eagle permit is only for 8 boats. So when you figure out your calculations, figure out what number of boats you want to use, is my suggestion. And quickly here, parking and the future use of the parking lot at Sugar Beach Resort. The township, or I should say, potential impacts of the liquor license, which is something you need to hear. If I could beg for 30 more seconds.
Sure.
Thanks. The Township Board recently approved the new Sugar Beach owner's application for a Class C liquor license. If the new owners plan to operate a new restaurant and bar at the Sugar Beach Resort, you cannot reconcile the additional parking needs of any new restaurant and bar with the required parking needs of TC Water Sports. A new bar or restaurant at Sugar Beach will place enormous additional demands on the Sugar Beach Hotel and neighboring parking lot. I referenced Apache Trout Grill. We all know how parking is over there. If the bar or restaurant is an accessory use, the PC will not get a chance to review. So any parking mitigation steps need to be addressed now. Example of by conditioning any site plan approval on Sugar Beach agreeing to terminate shared parking arrangements with TC Water Sports if it operates a bar or restaurant open to the public. Effectively acknowledging it cannot have both without further site plan review or parking. Thank you for your time. Good luck. I appreciate you all being here and considering what's going on for the future of not only our waterfront, but of East Bay Township. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being respectful of our awesome card system, by the way. Super helpful. Super helpful. I am too. Anyone else?
A lot of people stole my thunder, so that greatly decreased my presentation. Good evening, I'm Magdalene Paddock. I've been an owner of a condominium at Port Traverse for over 30 years. And I respectfully request that the Planning Commission deny TC Water Sports site plan review application. A lot of detailed information is in your packet. Frankly, I was kind of overwhelmed with it. I found it a very daunting task trying to sift through all the information. I'd just like to highlight a few points. On December 14th, 2021, the zoning board determined that TC Water Sports does not qualify as an accessory use under the zoning ordinance. Earlier in the year, on February 9th, 2021, the zoning board determined that TC Water Sports does not qualify as a marina under the zoning ordinance or ordinance. Therefore, TC Water Sports should not take advantage of any rights and privileges afforded to these designations. I ask you to consider this as you look at the site plan application. We've already talked about what currently happened at TC Water Sports in May with the bottomlands, and we've talked about the booth that's going to be moved. And I believe Sally already mentioned that any cabinet, little desk, even a 4x2 piece of furniture is not allowed on the dock by Eagle and not part of their permit. And that's on the first page, and I referenced that in the 2020 permit that, 2021 permit that TC Water Sports has. We are glad to hear that the booth is going away. It has to, because it's not accessory use and there's no setback from the property line. We are happy they're no longer launching on the west side of the TC dock, but that was an Eagle requirement. It wasn't a decision by TC Water Sports. Okay. Last October, the East Bay Planning Commission granted site plan approval for TC Water Sports to operate 11 boats and 14 jet skis for their watercraft rental business at the Irish Boat Shop. That's 0.4 miles away from Sugar Beach. Now, TC Water Sports is seeking a second site at Sugar Beach with 9 boats and 12 jet skis. And we already heard that it's not part of the Eagle Rep permit, which offers 8 boats and 14 personal watercraft. Despite these discrepancies in exact numbers of how many motorized boats there are going to be in that 0.4 mile radius, we're looking at least 45 motorized watercraft on East Bay concentrated in this little area. And having this many rental watercraft in this section of East Bay will have adverse impact on residents and visitors of each Bay Township who choose non-motorized activities such as swimming, paddleboarding, kayaking, or just enjoying the beach, not to mention a little traffic congestion in the vicinity. It's important to note that if the Sugar Beach site is approved, and even if the number of watercraft is decreased at that site, there are still some potential concerns, which others have already mentioned, but I just want to repeat. Based on past experience, residents of Port Traverse are concerned that TC Water Sports will shuttle watercraft to Sugar Beach, not only from their East Bay moorings, as they've done in the past, but now from the Irish Boat Shop, thus making Sugar Beach the primary launch site, even though all these watercraft will not be docked permanently at Sugar Beach. Lastly, as an East Bay homeowner, I question the need for having a second TC watercraft rental site on such a tiny parcel of land between Sugar Beach and Port Traverse, which is a 5-minute walk away from the Irish Boathouse. For these reasons and those expressed by other residents and our legal counsel, I ask you to support a residential community and respectfully request that you deny TC Water Sports site plan. The residents of Port Traverse appreciate your thoughtful consideration of our request. Your decision will impact not only the property values, but the quality of life for all residents on East Bay, now and in the years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any others? Okay. Going once, going twice, sold. We'll close the public hearing then at 9:17 for the record and bring it back to the commission for discussion. So Any questions of anybody? Who wants to go first? Judy's chomping. Judy's up.
All right. First of all, you do give the hours of operation, but not the months. So if you want to write these down.
Can we have that? Yeah, if we could have
You want me to address the applicant or
Yeah.
you as the chair?
I'd say the applicant.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do
All
that.
right, whatever you decide.
Berg Ware, TC Water Sports. It sounds like you wanted to know what?
The months.
The months of
Right,
operation.
that wasn't stated in there.
Essentially, it's Memorial Day to Labor Day, give or take a couple days.
Okay, that's helpful, and, there will be no illumination of any signage then, we know time, the sun goes down at different times and you have temporary, so I think that would be important to note in our information.
Hours of operation?
Yeah, and no illumination of those temporary signs at all. Those are concerns. I have concerns about definitely the bar and the liquor license, et cetera, those are things. But I notice if this is a business, so are you using the ADA spaces of the hotel too? Because that wasn't noted in your parking.
I mean, as far as I know, those are spaces that are applicable.
Okay, well, if it's a business, on your site plan, I don't see a barrier-free ramp at 3% grade anywhere. So how do you get ADA individuals to a barrier-free ramp to the dock?
To the dock. So on the far west side of the property line where you saw the dock placed on the sand, there is a ramp there.
Does it meet the 3% grade? I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that is not noted on the site plan that I'm really concerned about regarding it's a business. So we need to make sure that we have these things also noted so we can make adequate decisions. Go ahead.
But I would just point out, and I was just going on the zoning standards, and the zoning standards don't have anything related to ADA.
Even if it's a business?
Right.
Okay, then I guess we'll talk to the code.
I'd like to point out, the building code does regulate ADA, and so if there are ADA regulations that apply to the waterfront activities on the site, it's up to the code office to enforce those. Currently, the parking lot, as it is situated with the existing and proposed number of parking spaces, satisfies the ADA requirements for number of parking spaces.
Okay, thank you. Then also, does Sugar Beach ever have, I know during certain Jerry Fest, et cetera, sometimes they have Friday, Saturday minimum stays, we have that. You were alluding to that it's a one-night stay. I'm just, trying to get all the facts here on the parking issues.
Sorry, what was the question?
Don't they have minimum stay requirements?
I'm not aware of a minimum
Okay.
stay requirement. It's
Okay.
possible. I provided you what they provided me, which is
Okay.
they expect on a summer busy day, 40% vacancy due to turnover on every day of the week.
Okay. And I think, are we saying that Eagle will monitor the dock?
Yeah, let me, if I may, Judy,
Uh-huh.
then I may cover a couple of things here.
Yeah.
Since I don't want to interrupt your stream
No.
of questions, though. I want to back up a little bit. Maybe, Paul, you can help me because you're on the ZBA. My recollection, going back to the ZBA ruling as to whether or not it was a marina, the reason that it was determined not to be a marina had to do with the lack of year-round boat storage. Okay?
That is correct. I was not on the
Oh, you weren't on
ZBA
the
at that
ZBA
time,
at that time,
but that's what I read in the notes.
And that was pretty much the sole reason. My letter of April 7th had to do with the fact that the ZBA determined that it's not an accessory use, and that under the court rules, you're not allowed to proceed with the use. You have to follow the ruling made by the administrative agency of the municipality until it's reversed. As far as, and I also want to make sure that everybody stays, within the confines of the ordinance. Yes, there are issues related to the lease, which Eagle would enforce. So for example, if the desk area was determined by Eagle to be in violation of the lease, then that's going to be Eagle's determination to remove it. What's important for the zoning right now is the fact that the building's removed, and therefore without a principal building structure that was separate to the business, as it was determined because it was no longer an accessory use, thus the need to remove the building, then the building now is primarily for parking measurements and parking, and 300-foot notices would be the hotel itself and the outer walls. But as far as lease items on there, Eagle, we'll leave that to Eagle, to enforce. And of course, we know the location of the bottom land that's leased. It is what it is, for that purpose. What Mr. Bisdock was correct, though, and that is correct, is that ultimately you will have to determine as a planning commission of whether or not that use is similar to a use as permitted by right.
Okay. And then would our ordinance pertain to the alley regarding blight and removal of that so that it's clear for hazards, et cetera, since they're hauling gasoline? So
We may be able to
our
install a condition that the pathway for employees servicing not the marina, but servicing the rental area as well as for customers is clear of debris and free passage is allowed in a safe manner. That's related to the health, safety, welfare. But the township itself does not regulate how fuel is dispensed. That's through the state.
Okay. And then Claire noted that there was a difference in the site plan. There was removal of some vegetation, some trees, et cetera. Would we require that they put back some things that were removed, or do you want to comment on that since you noted it?
There was a surplus of open space and of the woody vegetation, and so I'm comfortable with those 3 trees that were removed. They were all in the stormwater basin, and so I would be comfortable that what stands right now in terms of landscaping is in compliance with our ordinance.
Right. And then I think that's something for the planning commission I'd like to hear from folks about, since we're looking at a possibility of 16 parking spaces. That's quite a few lacking. But I'd like to hear how people feel that if it is 16 or where we're at with that. So that's, and then do we go by the township number of boats or the Eagle number of boats? We go by what the township set, is that correct?
Well, we're going by basically what the applicant has stated.
Okay.
But because the parking spaces are related directly to the number of boats. And, the outline behind it is as was presented by the applicant, it's true it doesn't have a specific list of parking spaces, for a marina. But the way to look at it, generally is sometimes you have to look at different sections of the zoning ordinance to come up with how you make that determination. And the zoning administrator first noted that under section 820(6)(e) of the zoning ordinance, the planning commission, after it reviews the site plan standards after the public hearing, must either reject, approve, or conditionally approve the site plan as it pertains to the requirements and the standards in the ordinance. And you have to decide whether there is a proper relationship between existing streets and highways within the vicinity and proposed deceleration lanes, service drives, entrance and exit driveways, and then on top of it, an emphasis, and parking areas to ensure the safety and convenience of pedestrian and vehicular traffic. That's under 827A. So in ensuring that the areas are safe and convenient for the pedestrian and vehicular traffic, the Planning Commission must also ensure, sorry, I'm losing my chain of thought here, that this and all other provisions of the ordinance are complied with unless an appropriate variance is granted. In this case, it's not a variance issue because the off-street parking regulations contained under Article 7 address cases in which a use is not specifically mentioned in a zoning district, stating that the requirements of off-street parking spaces shall be in accord with the use which the zoning administrator considers is similar in type, and that's under section 700.5. And thus, the zoning administrator, in looking at this, made a determination that the hotel use, which is already on site, is pretty much very much similar to the parking requirements under the ordinance, and that was the basis for those parking requirements, which were tied directly into the number of boats and coming up with a figure, because, jet skis are generally often single-use, type of watercraft as opposed to the boats. So that was the reasoning behind it. So yes, there is a way to come up with it, and the zoning administrator has done so, and as is required for a report, to you. So that's where we're at as far as the parking. I'm not sure if there's any other areas. It doesn't appear to be from the presentation as far as any additional parking in any ancillary properties. But if there is, and I'm wrong about that, I'll let the applicant correct me.
Right. So it leaves us with really trying to build collaboration and cooperation and lessen the impact on the residents, but also maintaining the boat rental. So I guess that's the big question for us to look at.
Claire, you had a question?
Sorry to interrupt. I was gonna recommend that the planning commission, it sounds like you're going around and making comments, but I think that two important questions to determine, and the first is just whether or not this is similar enough to a marina to be able to be a use permitted by right. I think would be an important question to go through as a commission and decide.
That's what I was going to start with. Should this be its own separate motion in terms of a determination by the planning commission, or do we just need to build
It could be in your
consensus?
findings of fact, but.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Joe Zeiss. I'm the attorney for TC Water Sports. Could I address one of the arguments made by Mr. Bisdock before you proceed on this?
I guess at this point, I kind of want to see where the rest of the commission is, only because our attorney, we're all taking this in, right?
Sure.
I kind of want to get consensus from us, and then I'm happy to bring that back and then let you rebuttal, and we'll discuss more if that's okay.
Sure, thank you.
I appreciate it. So yeah, let's maybe we just go person by person, because yeah, I'm with you, Claire. That was the glaring issue, is are we comfortable with that? I mean, and I don't want to get off on a tangent, but I think we need to address it. So
The question I have is on the definition of marina, in our ordinance book, it uses the word or all the time, rather than and or. So are we looking at that or meaning and? Is it a conjunction meaning and? Is that how it's used? I need that clarification.
Well, the first part is the main part of the definition here. The definition is entitled marinas and uses incidental thereto, which may be, those incidental uses may be part of a marina and are allowed as part of the marina, but may not necessarily have to occur or may not necessarily occur at all. And it states that waterfront establishments whose business is offering the sale or rental of boats, so that's the or, so it doesn't have to be sale, although in the presentation I understand that may occasionally occur, certainly the rental here, and marine sporting equipment, which obviously includes life preservers and things necessary for the rental of the boats, and the servicing, repair, or storage of the same. The servicing and repair, the question was storage, and that's exactly what popped up on the ZBA matter back in, as you recall, not Paul, sorry, you weren't on the board then, back in February of 2021. And then it says such establishments may also provide, these are all allowed, but it's not it's nothing that's required of a marina, to provide, including the food, sanitary pump out. Gasoline is simply part of the rental business, so that's pretty standard. It's just a question of, up to, that's really how it's fueled, though, is really not a township matter. There are state regulations related to it, and obviously spills are not allowed under state law. But it appears from the presentation that many of those uses where it says such establishments, which a marina may have, also provide travel lift services. They're not going to have that. That's basically pulling the boat out of the water, rack storage type service, things of that nature. There's no slip rental here, so there's nothing in addition to the rental with regular clients. Limited retail goods. You can ask the applicant. I didn't hear anything in the presentation regarding any particular retail goods. We don't let the gasoline. I didn't hear anything about any sanitary pump out service. And I don't know what the hotel, I think the hotel must provide probably some vending and at this point, and apparently there's an application for, is there an existing liquor license at the hotel, Claire, that you're aware of?
No.
Okay, so they may just have a vending, but it's not, doesn't appear to be related, according to the applicant, to their rental for food. So there are many things that they can have that they don't have, but the core issue is really the first sentence of that definition. Whether it's determined to be similar or not. You can use the other items too, but really it's the first sentence.
So really, the first sentence, the thing I'm toying with, of course, what you said, the ZBA, is that it says and then it goes or storage. So is or going to be interpreted as the word and in this case?
It's not, because it's interceding there, so.
Okay.
No.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Carl? Well, I'm trying to figure out what Judy, do you think it is a similar use? I mean, not that, I guess instinctively, without parsing the language, I think it is a similar use,
I do too.
so.
And
I'm cool with it. We'll keep going.
right, I was just
Yep.
trying to get a definition, so.
Yep, no,
Thank you.
that's what, I was reading the tea leaves, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
No, fine.
When I think of marina, I think of the fact that it is usually, a waterfront facility that has slips that are used by the owners or can be rented by their boats at that time. That usually does have facilities such as gasoline, pump out. And those items are strictly in the marina. Now, however, there are marinas that they rent out their slips, and in some cases, you can rent the boats. So even though this is a fine line, and I would not classify the operation as a marina, I would still say there is a similarity in what some of the marinas do. So I have to come down on the side that there is a similarity.
Okay, thank you. Mindy?
I agree there's a similarity, but I want to caution that that similarity is different on the intensity of the people that are using it at one time. Marinas are very much more transient. People aren't at your boat all the time, if you will.
Thank you. You got, because at marinas, usually, at any one time, a marina has at least 60% of its boats there. I mean, nobody's there, there's just the boats. I can attest to that because I'm one of them.
Renee?
I guess the only thing going through my head was, as I was listening to Peter talk, is how, how do you determine how many of those things does it need to be like a marina in order to consider it similar? Just one of them, two of them, three of them? I don't think, so I think that,
I've got a, if you take a look at the letter that was written, that was sent out, I think last week, it goes through our ordinance says that a report should be written, and so that was the letter that was sent out and included in your packet on the table. So it says you evaluate traffic, congestion, noise, odors, dust, litter, and so, the guidelines, and it's not black and white, but the guidelines is that those types of impacts should be similar in the intensity on adjacent properties to that of the use that it's similar to.
And you have to also just, again, I want to reiterate, that's why I went through mainly the first sentence of that definition, because it separates, most of the voluntary requirements of a marina, is what constitutes a marina, from the second sentence, which is, here are the things that you can also do to qualify as a marina, but it doesn't necessarily have to be so. And so with your definition, waterfront establishment whose business is offering the sale or rental of boats, There was a statement to that effect there. I mean, I don't think anybody disputes that there's a rental of boats. And marine sporting equipment, I would presume that the life preservers and things of that nature are part of the equipment, and servicing, repair, or storage of the same. There was evidence presented, by the applicant, if you want to ask the applicant further questions about the nature of the servicing or repair or storage, as far as coming in there, but those things were certainly presented by the applicant. I didn't really hear anything that denied that these things were part of the business, both as to how it occurs and what they're proposing. You have to go with the evidence that's presented. That's your best shot.
That actually clarifies it for me. So, yeah, I just wanted to hear that again for me, because my initial reaction is that it is similar to what a marina would be, but that clarified, Peter, I appreciate that. So, yeah, I would consider it similar.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, and, it also, I think kind of hits home a little bit in terms of the district itself, because we have a lot of different uses in that district, and, there happens to be a residential use next to hospitality use, which intrinsically is very transient in nature, has different people in and out every day, all day. It's their whole goal. Adding it to this site does intensify the use, but I still believe it to be similar in nature and kind of correlate with that definition or explanation. So overall, I think I would support it, following it along and actually supporting staff's justification as a use by right in that district exclusively. So, I don't know, we need to take a vote, but again, maybe that's something that we just highlight in our findings as we move through, and, just provide a little bit of rationale along the way.
Yeah, regardless of your decision, because obviously you have to go through the site plan standards irrespective of finding that it is, a use similar under the ordinance. So either, whether you vote the site plan up or down, you can simply include this part of the finding in that motion.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful.
Can I ask one question of the applicant?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
So, one of the concerns, you've eliminated one major concern, which is the little hut. But the other thing I'm hearing is the fact that the dock is, even though Eagle has made you not operate on the west side, but it's still somewhat close to the property. Would we say 50 feet? Rather than more centered. I guess I'm just wondering, is there reasoning behind that? Is that what Sugar Beach is asking for? Just wondering if there's any way to accommodate that a little bit more. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
Thank you for the question. In response to that, I think it's really important to clarify that Eagle did not make us do that. That was something that we volunteered to do throughout the process of negotiating our dock permit. That was a concession that we made, that we offered as an alternative to the previous layout. The relocation of the dock is something that has literally been months and months and years of work and tens of thousands of dollars in expense and time and consideration and hundreds and hundreds of pages of public comment and negotiation. It's been its own process with public hearings, numerous public hearings that are not that dissimilar to what you heard tonight, that have contemplated all of those concerns and ultimately ended up with what we have right now.
Good, thank you.
Paul, go ahead.
I have a question. Number one, I appreciate the fact that you are eliminating the hut. And I take it that means when elimination is not non-use, it is gone, dismantled. Right?
Maybe not dismantled, but forklifted out of there permanently.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Demolished.
Removed.
Okay. That's number one. Number two, but where, even though you may have the clients come on the dock to register, sign papers, et cetera, where do you keep, or where are you proposing to keep the life jackets and flotation devices?
So, great question. There have been a lot of comments regarding accessories or appurtenances to the dock. During the process of our dock permitting, with Eagle, they made it clear that there is a requirement to have that stated in our narrative, that anything that we place on the dock would be limited to the extent necessary for the safety and navigation of boats. So they've told us that anything that we need to put on the dock that is minimally and, minimal dock boxes, benches, or use of anything attached to the dock, not permanent, it has to be necessary to safety and navigation. So that's been incorporated into our dock process. Again, that's regulated by Eagle, but they have given us assurance that they are okay with us having, let's say, children's life jackets, for instance, okay?
I'm not arguing that having them. I'm asking you where, I don't see where on this.
Correct.
They would be located.
Correct. So they have told us that it does not need to be on there as long as it's stated in our written dock plan that anything that we place on there is only placed if necessary to safety and navigation. And that's a very subjective thing. That's something that's up to them to decide. Correct. Yeah, so our intent is to have some small dock boxes for, say, kids' life jackets.
Right.
So by law, anyone under the age of 12 is required to have a life jacket.
I appreciate that. I'm just saying, physically, where are you going to be placing? I've seen pictures where people are walking up to these racks.
Got it.
Choosing a life jacket. Where are they now?
Got it. So we intend to place that on the platforms on our dock. There's two 12 by 30-foot platforms right near the sign-up counters that we talked about earlier.
Okay.
And so we plan to put them in those areas.
All right, fine. I just wanted to know physically, because I can't,
Got it.
physically, where would they be placed so they're not on the beach
Correct.
and causing more?
Got it. Understand. Sorry for the
No, okay, we were just
Yeah.
talking past each other.
Yeah, I was thinking it maybe is not pertinent to this meeting I wasn't thinking about the stuff on land. I'm thinking about this is an Eagle issue. They told me that
No,
they're not worried
I'm talking
about it.
physically, where do you hang them? That's all.
Okay.
And this is a question that I don't know, and this came up. You have agreed that you would have 9 boats, I believe?
Correct.
Okay. However, Eagle has said it's 8 boats. I don't...
That is not correct, actually. I'd like to correct that. There's a difference between boat hoists and boats, and that's been confused a lot in some of what you've heard tonight. But there are 8 boat hoists plus a mooring for 9 total boats on the dock permit. It's an important distinction.
Okay,
And-
okay.
and-
To facilitate the mooring of 8 boats and 14 personal watercraft.
Correct. So as the dock drawing shows, there is a temporary mooring. It's designated as a temporary mooring. So it is not intended to be a 9th permanent boat. It is a temporary mooring location for a 9th boat.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That's the boat that we'd be, that's
your
the one that we talked about
emergency-
bringing in from
That's your
off-property.
emergency boat?
No, that's, the jet ski is the emergency. That would be a boat that is kept, the one boat kept off property.
Okay, but it's out there, all right. And that was it on that. I may be back, though.
But it's important to distinguish the difference between boats and hoists and.
No, I appreciate that. I'm reading that now, and I'm seeing where it says the mooring of, okay, as opposed to the number of.
Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? I do, in terms of I want to flush out the bottomlands lease conversation that was brought up as well. Can you address that in terms of like where you're at?
Yeah, what do you want to know about it? I'm happy to answer anything.
So with the proposed, and this is more of a just educational thing, I think, for me and maybe everybody else, but just in terms of going through a permitting process through Eagle and, Army Corps of Engineers, they're two different they don't really run in parallel, like and they generally don't regulate each other, right? So the left hand's not always talking to the right hand, and then we put in the township as well. So I'm just curious, along that approval process, you've got your Eagle permit for the docks and the shore stations, and you have the bottomlands lease in compliance with what's being proposed today, or that's something that's in the works, or where are we at in that?
Glad you asked. So first of all, they do actually work in parallel to one another. It's actually called the joint application process, meaning
Great to know.
applying to both agencies through the same application
Okay.
at the same time. So they are federal and state jurisdictions that overlap, but they operate in conjunction with another and approve in a series of events through the same permit process.
Okay.
So Eagle is responsible for the state side of that jurisdiction, which includes the bottom land lease, because these are state public lands, right, held in public trust by the state of Michigan, okay, by the public trust doctrine. That's the law governing the bottom lands of Lake Michigan, which is very different from what you'd have on an inland lake.
Inland lake, right.
Okay, so there's three elements to the dock permit. There's the Eagle permit, the Army Corps permit, and the bottomlands lease. I'm sorry, there's four, because there's a township resolution for that bottomlands lease. That's the part that you guys handled back in 2021. So where we're at with it is that everything was approved back in August of 2021 for the Eagle permit. They don't approve any of it without the understanding that they are agreeing to all three agencies, or all three aspects of this permit are being agreed to at that time.
Okay.
So that being said, there are some statutory restrictions on how long they're able to take in this permitting process. I'm sure you guys are well aware there's been a backlog of shoreline-related issues resulting from our high water levels, and the state of Michigan has one person in charge of this entire division. Used to be three people, one died, one retired. So here they are, they've got the pandemic, a backlog of customers due to the worst conditions we've ever seen as far as high water levels, and then they've lost 2/3 of their staffing. So the state of Michigan was not actually able to abide by their own timeline that they're required to meet, and as a result of it, because it was not resulting from inaction on our part, it was resulting from a lack of time available for them, they said, we are approving your dock permit based on the expectation that your bottomland lease will be approved, and you can operate under the existing bottomland lease until that approval comes through. They told us at that point in time that while they were required to respond within 6 months, that they thought it was going to take 2 years to actually receive the document.
Okay.
So what has happened since then, to bring you up to speed, we received the dock permit, we received the dock permit from, Eagle and Army Corps both, with the assurance that we were okay to operate using our previous bottomland lease, expecting everything to be approved on the new bottomland lease. And in the midst of that, because they took so long, beyond the 6 months that they said was required of them, the hotel sold. And during the sale of the hotel, there was uncovered a mistake on the side of Eagle, which is it was put in my name and my partner Jeff Bensley's name instead of the hotel owner. It was an administrative error on behalf of Eagle. It was a big hiccup. And as a result of that hiccup, they are in the process of transferring between the old owner of Sugar Beach and the new owner of Sugar Beach. Okay? So that's where we stand right now, is that we are awaiting that transfer. We have always maintained great insurance coverage. We've been asked by the new landowner to obtain a higher limit policy on our insurance, which we've been actively pursuing, and we expect to have. So that's the only thing that is required in order for this bottomland lease to transfer.
Got it. Thank you for that clarity. I feel better about it anyway, and I learned a little bit, so appreciate it. Mindy?
So if there was an issue at Eagle, then why did they put basically you cannot order out?
Order out?
I understand that Eagle said you cannot operate Memorial Day weekend because of whatever's going on. I don't know if that was Army Corps or Eagle, but if it was an Eagle issue, why did they issue that you can't operate?
Because we're awaiting this transfer, they told us they uncovered a hiccup with the transfer of the bottom land lease. So if the permit was originally issued to Sugar Beach Resort and Sugar Beach sold, it would have automatically transferred to the new owners. Because it was accidentally put in my name and my partner's name, it didn't automatically transfer. Okay? So we're providing the documentation necessary to Eagle in order to facilitate that transfer. And while we're doing that, they don't want the dock in the water. Unfortunately, we found out after we'd put the dock in the water that they don't want the dock in the water without that transfer.
So will you be able to operate this year?
Yes, we were literally down to a day or two of work to get the permit transferred. Keep in mind that this permit has been a year and a half in the works, and they're required to do it in 6 months, so they want it off their desk. So we're the highest, at the highest level on their list to get this thing done. They want it done and off their desk. What we're waiting on is obtaining a much, much higher limit policy than what any boat rental in our area has to keep our new owners happy. We're in the process of finalizing that policy as we speak.
I see, so that's what's holding back the final approval or issuance from, I presume, all of the above.
Correct.
Is you getting that policy, which checks that right off the list, and then they would move forward with the transfer to this new ownership group.
Correct. Which should be very, very quick.
So if we made a condition that said that all of these approvals have to take place before operation can happen, that would suffice, because I mean, that's, because I believe we have that built into our mission, into our, generally every, as my computer turned off, generally every standard of condition, but yeah, regardless, you'd have to have that. Sorry, I'm talking it through a little bit aloud. Thank you for that clarity, I appreciate it. Jeff, did you have something to add as well?
Yeah, and I just wanted to thank you for your time tonight. I know it's been a long night, and I know it's a confusing process. It's confusing for us as well, and I want to take ownership of the fact that there were many years where our dock permit was not proper. And we didn't know, we went with the hotel, and they said, put the dock out here, blah, blah, blah. And we didn't even know the whole process that we've gone through. Since then, we probably became some of the best experts in this area as far as how to obtain a dock permit. It's a lengthy process. So I just want to acknowledge that, Mr. Bizek showed some slides where like the dock was not the way it should have been. Eagle addressed that with us. We worked diligently to get a dock permit, and we're working diligently to get a dock permit that is appropriate.
Thank you, appreciate it. So, any other questions, the applicant or staff or council? So it sounds like we've got a couple things ahead of us. I mean, we're really realistically looking at a site plan approval, but within those, I think maybe just in the interest of as many eyes that are on it, we should probably walk through those conditions of approval for why the site plan is in compliance, or if we agree, or if you don't agree, let's just have some clarification as to why you feel the way that you do. I don't know if it'd be helpful or necessary to go through each one.
You could probably do it in blocks with, Clara, if you could help them go through it, perhaps address the areas like parking and so forth.
Yeah, if you want to go through each section in the zoning analysis.
Yeah, I think that'd
you'll see
be
that there's
beneficial.
Some sections in red that are, that require planning commission discussion. So, under the zoning analysis, the regional business districts, a lot of the standards are either satisfied or not applicable because the applicant isn't seeking new construction. You'll see under minimum building setbacks, it says not satisfied because that was reviewed when there was a booth, a registration booth, so
Sure.
that's not applicable at this point. The open space one in red, it talks about, I did a pretty detailed inventory of comparing the 1994 plan to what's on site today, and I feel confident that it meets the zoning ordinance requirements. Feel free to stop me at any point. The next one goes through pedestrian sidewalk, parking lots, access control. Again, there's no, it's all in compliance, and there's no recommended changes.
Can I pause there?
Sure.
Only because, and I don't know if this is the right place for it, but one thing that's been touched on from, the applicant as well as all of us is that access route on the western side of the property, and it's kind of existing degraded state, I'd say that it's in. I just wanted to point out, if there was a desire to have some type of leveled out surface, or I don't know the right verbiage, maybe you guys can think this through or talk it through, some type of improved stature of that access way, just for safety purposes. Do you think this would be the best place to incorporate that language, or as a condition?
It is mentioned when you go through the site plan review, the criteria, the standards under section 820.
Okay, so we can hold
I would
off.
recommend, just kind of
Okay, thank you for that.
incorporating that under those standards.
Yes, Mindy?
What about the walking in the parking lot with the fuel?
What about it?
I mean, because now the fire department has moved it the furthest to the south as possible, so now you've got employees walking across traffic, if you will, potentially to get to that access point. So that is in the circulation of movement, isn't it? Or not? Am I in the wrong section?
Or could,
May I comment on that real quick?
well, I think for clarity purposes, I mean, I understand, and feel free to correct me, but I think for circulation purposes, I mean, there isn't really anywhere else to go, or is there?
I think that it's important to note that the access to the trailer is at the back of the trailer, which is along the west side of the property, not in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's actually the most stable part of the route down to the beach.
That's what I was
Through the
thinking.
grass,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The rest of it is more,
Pavement.
yeah. Well, it's grass.
Yeah. So is that
We
what
don't
you're,
put parking, we don't move gas through the parking lot,
Yeah.
to clarify that.
it stays on
It stays on the west side.
the west side, okay.
Part of the reason and intent behind that.
Thank you. Does that satisfy the question on that part of it? So long as that's maintained in the circulation plan per se? So let's come back to that western portion of it, I think, once we get into that 820.
I think, does anyone, does anyone have questions or comments on the outdoor lighting standards section?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
For signs, you'll see that I'm recommending a condition stating that the applicant must adhere to a maximum of 2 temporary signs not to exceed a combined total of 16 square feet, not to exceed 90 days. So we've talked with the applicant, and so that would be, Memorial Day to Labor Day is slightly longer than 90 days, so they're aware of that requirement to be, that signage would not be out on the road for more than 90 days. So it would either need to be after Memorial Day or before Labor Day, a few days.
Gotcha.
To meet that 90-day requirement. Dumpster enclosures, landscaping and buffering.
Can we go back to signs for a second?
Sure,
Wasn't that 90-day requirement existing in 2021?
yes.
And they failed to remove those signs in 90 days? Yeah, I talked to Preston about it. You talked to Jeff. Jeff said, hold on, I'm getting them down. But they were long after Labor Day before they were down.
I agree. We didn't know it was a 90-day max at that point. Preston has informed me we will not go above 90 days. No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions on the signs?
And they won't be illuminated in any way, right?
Right, and I added that as a
Okay, thank you.
condition, recommended condition, but yeah, that's correct.
Thanks.
Dumpster enclosures, I'm comfortable with the existing dumpster enclosure. Landscaping and buffering, again, there's no proposed earth movement. Existing landscaping meets the ordinance requirements. The next section is parking and loading regulations, so that's the main section in which the Planning Commission, under section, there's section 702, I believe. The Planning Commission has the discretion to determine whether or not the joint use of on-street spaces shared with hotel guests is acceptable. And so I think Saburi provided that context. The calculation that staff used is that there's 7 employees during the largest shift. And so the assumption would be that those 7 employees would be using the 7 surplus spaces on the Sugar Beach site. And so all remaining spaces, that would be 15, would be the joint use on the Sugar Beach site. And so I think that to me is really a big issue that the Planning Commission needs to make that determination on.
Any feedback on that?
I'll go. Oh, Paul, go ahead. Go ahead. No. I guess, for me, the parking issue, and this is more broadly than just this application, I think they provided some evidence and testimony that it doesn't fill up. And I truly believe that parking also, I think they're not going to overpark their business. I mean, the hotel wants to have parking, the other business wants to have parking. I think if it's off by a few spots, I don't think it's that big a deal personally. I know we have an ordinance for a reason, to keep it within a certain limit so we don't have like backouts to the street or whatever, but I think that they've shown that the parking is not a big issue. So I'm comfortable with the parking.
Basically, I'm the same. They have the 7 spots for the employees, and I believe that given the differences in the hours and just the activity in a hotel normally, I don't think that there's going to be a major issue on the parking.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's kind of a market thing, and if it was impacting the hotel, then I think they would probably take first dibs at their own business rather than an ancillary one, but it's just me. You guys have any other comment?
I was out there about a year ago right now, but I was out there on a Saturday. There was not an extra parking space in the place. I'll tell you that when I left there, I was starving because it was lunchtime. So I think there is an issue with parking out there.
Yeah.
And I observed it. I don't think it's every day. Don't get me wrong. But I think that there are weekends, especially in the summer. I was there in June, so the water was still cold, right? Mm-hmm. I think there was an issue with parking on the weekends in the summer on the property. Is it there Monday through Friday? Probably not. Is it there on Sunday? Probably not. But Saturday, there is a problem.
Does it spill over into the roadway, people like backing up, or is it just finding a spot within the parking lot?
It's the finding the spot within the parking lot, and then people find other locations to park that they shouldn't be parking.
Okay, I got you.
And we've had trouble at Jens Park, as noted from the last site visit a couple months ago, and knowing Jens Park, when you come out down there, there's parking from the overflow from hotels or restaurants that people can't find parking. And I don't think it's every day. I think it can be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because those are the days now, to be honest with you. Those are parking problems. I agree with Mindy.
And remember that when we did Cherry Tree, we made them get a parking permit somewhere else because they didn't meet our parking requirements. They have several permits to park downtown and shuttle their staff in because they didn't have enough parking.
One thing I will mention is that TC Water Sports was interested in having the township allow them to have parking from Irish Boat Shop because they have a surplus, but there's nowhere in our ordinance that I found that gives the township that discrepancy to allow anything beyond 300 feet to allow, off-site parking. So I think to be really, sticking to the language of the ordinance, we don't really have that flexibility to allow them to park there.
I think we used, remember the old Woodland, the Woodland furniture place, that's right across the street. So I think that's where they got some additional parking, Cherry Tree.
Cherry Tree, okay.
Yeah, Cherry Tree.
Because I remember that they had proposed the parking spaces downtown. I think that must have gotten denied, but they found someplace else
Yeah,
that
the
they
Woodland.
had to do because they didn't have enough, and we said you can't, And this is very similar in the fact that, that high-intensity use is not every day. We already had somebody tell us that 64% is what, the hotel on an average day is, but the business of TC Water Sports is not
Year-round.
year-round. So your averages are changing, and, I think that if there is a two-night stay, people are gonna stay Friday and Saturday night, and so Saturday, the day that I happened to be there, was the day where the intensity was at one of its max. Again, it wasn't at the max because it was early June. It wasn't Cherry Festival. It wasn't Film Festival. It wasn't, a Vasa weekend. It wasn't, any of those other things, but there was a problem.
Mindy, are you speaking of the day that we met? Was that a June or July?
Pretty sure it was June.
I thought it was July. I
I
may
thought
be
it was the
wrong.
weekend after Memorial Day weekend.
I have
I can- yeah,
I have
we can-
timestamped photos of the day we met, and so
Yeah.
I would like to question that because I believe I represented to you on that day that it was the busiest day that we'd had of the entire year, and that the ordinance does speak to the maximum number of cars on an average day, not on the maximum on the busiest Saturday, or even one of the busiest Saturdays, it says on an average day.
We'll look right now.
In the meantime, Renee.
Well, following that, I tend to side with the fact that that is a rarity. And so based on the fact that most people are going to leave the hotel during the day, there's no way I've ever traveled anywhere and just stayed at the hotel all day. You don't. You go there to see things. So I guess I tend to think that during their busiest times of operation, people are going to leave, which allows those open spaces. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Judy, you were aligned with Mindy, or do you have anything additional?
I agree.
Okay.
Just because of what I've seen driving there and
Sure.
Friends Park and all the issues we've had, and we had with Cherry Tree, that's the history that I can only go by the history.
Yeah. If we were to, and I'm just trying to think creatively here, forgive me, this is my first crack at the full thing here. So we're being a little loose with having you be at the lectern right now, but I appreciate the feedback and back and forth between everybody, because we're trying to sort through how to get a decent result here, right? To address the parking situation, do you think that as a happy medium or hold hard ground, would you entertain the applicant, do some seeking out to find some additional capacity, or do you feel like we should draw a hard line? And I don't,
So it was June 5th, 2021,
okay,
and I left the site right around 4:21. So I'd been there from 11 o'clock to 4:21, talking between Doug and Saburi. So I was there at that peak time. and the time that supposedly, you know, in a lot of cases, I'll say, the hotel guests have departed. That day was really very busy. It was the weekend after Memorial Day, I believe. And it was really, really warm, and I was burnt when I left there. But with regards to your question, I think if they can find something within 300 feet that they can get, you know, I think they need 16 spots because I'm not sure that the fuel storage trailer is included in those spots, and it needs to be.
I believe you're correct.
So I believe it's 16 spaces that they need to get. I think that we need to consider that. But again, you know, it's a premium down there.
Right, right. Okay. Well,
But I'm just one.
yep, no,
I would concur with that, just because of what we've done in the past, and I think we need to stay consistent, and it is a premium, and perhaps, I don't know if people can get into Port Grand Traverse and take up their space, you know, people will park any place they can find sometimes.
Are you aware of any formal complaints that have been filed with the township over the
No.
last 20 years that we've been doing this?
We are a complaint, I don't want to get into that, but we are complaint driven, and it's pretty hard sometimes to get your neighbors living in a situation like that. It's a difficult situation, and in the past year, 2 years, they finally got a website that people could do that without calling in, and plus the township is not open on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so it's pretty hard.
But
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying what I've observed, empirical data only.
okay, well, I kind of want to move through the rest of the criteria. Let's just sort out all the bugs. We're here, it's already 10:15. We just all keep moving.
Well, unless anyone has any other, I think that was the key issue with parking that I wanted the planning commission to discuss. The rest of these are not applicable as no new parking is proposed. So is there any questions on the parking sections of this? Because then the last piece is the site plan review
Yep.
criteria.
Is there anything else that jumps out to anyone that they'd like clarity on, or?
On parking.
Is Grand Beach more than 300 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
330, I think.
Dang it. Just thinking that you can swap if it's, huh?
Irish is also.
Yeah, I heard him say that earlier, but I didn't hear Grand Beach mentioned, so just thinking outside the box.
And again, you have the zoning administrator's determination as to, you know, how he came up with the parking spots required in, you know, section 702. That's what it says.
So with that being stated, I mean, I'd entertain a motion, and we can move this one way or another, because like I said, I kind of reading the tea leaves here. I think in general, we've got something to work with, but I want to hear everybody out. So if there's a motion anyone's willing to make.
Can I?
We're going to talk about the pathway.
Sure. Good point.
I forget who, somebody else had mentioned it.
Yeah.
That kind of does bother me a little bit, only because we're moving these gasoline containers down something that seems to go this way, it's slanted, there's wooden temporary platforms sitting there. I don't think it would be that hard to put a crushed limestone path in there or something to make this more stable and easier to move, and I don't know. That was my thought when I was walking down it and imagining taking a big giant gas canister down there.
I agree with you 100%. That was the one thing that kind of upset me with the amount of people you could tell use it regularly, between staff of the hotel and then the staff of the TC Water Sports. But yeah, I'd like that suggestion anyway. But that may also be out of the control of your lease agreement. That's probably under the auspice of the underlying hotelier.
It's something that we would happily provide, the cost of doing if it's something that is required of us, but it's also a material alteration to the property that may be more than what we can ask of our landlord.
Right.
So I would just ask that you consider that in your recommendation. Is it, are we materially changing anything? We've been there in one form or another for 16 years and haven't had issue with utilizing it in its current form, other than maybe the potential removal of the screening between the properties.
You have that temporary track that you lay out on the sand.
Correct.
Right? Can you replicate that? That way you're not actually changing anything on the property, you're just laying down a track.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the concern is stability or look. If we want to spend $10,000 to have it be a little bit more stable, we could do that. And it's probably about what it would cost to have that track in that area. It's fairly hard-packed dirt all the way up until where our little dock is, that, is the ramp going down to the beach.
Now, grant you, but that is also one of the major concerns of your neighbors.
Yeah, is what?
It's also a major concern of your neighbors.
What aspect of that, I'm sorry?
The aspect of moving the fuel back and forth in an, an unstable way.
Got it. Okay, if that's something that we can do to address it and find, and maybe it's where that ground becomes less stable and more sand, less hard-packed dirt, I think that would be a pretty easy thing for us to do to accommodate your request.
Yeah, just a suggestion.
But as far as the rest of the area from, basically the hotel side entrance all the way up to the parking lot is pretty hard-packed dirt. And there may be a negligible difference between a temporary platform decking or whatever and the dirt.
I would have to agree with that. I didn't think that, you're not going to change the fact that you still have to go around those entrances and, the path isn't going to change. And I didn't think that dirt was soft by any means, and I was in sandals.
I was thinking more of like the obstacles kind of around those wooden platforms in front of the exit doors, things, but,
How are you going to change that? That's part of the hotel. Those are their entrances,
I see your point.
I did want to point out, too, that the dock parts that you see back there are either installed in the water or removed for the season.
Right.
So those obstacles will not be present.
Does anybody else? I brought it up, but I want to get, if it's important or not important, I just want to flush it out, that's all.
I just don't see how a platform is going to be any more stable than the hard ground that's already there. That's just, causing them to spend extra money on something that,
Yeah, no, I was thinking more like a defined path that
Right.
would be crushed limestone or something that
Right.
is like an obvious pathway down to the
right?
beach. But, it's not hard and fast for me. I was just
Yeah.
thinking out loud.
Just a recommendation.
I think about it, you've gone this far with this operation, you've grown from what was 4 boats to, what you have proposed today, and, obviously the hotel shows confidence in you being there for that amount of time, and I don't know, I think if it's kind of a business decision, honestly, I guess maybe I'm not the one to be making it in this case, because is it a health and safety welfare thing? Kind of. It's fuel storage. You're moving it across a narrow spot. It's kind of awkward, but they have a track record of doing this for many years. It's, nothing new. I'm talking in circles, but I'm just trying to.
We can easily eliminate a concern by doing that, regardless of the cost at this point. It's something that we want to seriously consider. It just may not be up to us. And please be reminded, we did not increase from 4 boats. As represented by Mr. Bisdock's pictures in 2014, 15, and 16, we had 8 boat hoists and 12 jet ski hoists on the property.
In 2020, we had 8 boat hoists and 12 jet ski hoists on the property. The only increase in boat hoists or jet ski hoists from 2015 until today was the one Chase jet ski. There was 0 other expansion of boat hoists or jet ski hoists during that entire period, and I'm happy to show you guys via picture that that has not increased.
Nope, thank you for the clarity. I was just making a point that I think your business has been successful to this long. It's just one more of those things to stabilize the business, and that's all. So I'm going to, again, entertain a motion to.
Hey, before you do
go
that,
one way or
can we
the other.
address the extra jet ski that they would like to be able to, for
Good point.
the Chaser? Because I think that was important to them, and I kind of feel like that is important. Because if we want them to be in compliance, that means their clients have to be in compliance, and if they need the ability to be able to go out and stop bad behavior, I think that's something we should consider. Otherwise, how are they going to do it? I guess they could use one less jet ski, but
That's the only way they could do it, is to use one of their own jet skis.
I just wanted to bring it up.
We've also used that to help neighboring jet ski rentals and other boaters who are in trouble out on the water.
Thoughts on that?
No, it makes sense.
If they, well, it would be for exclusive use of the employees, so it wouldn't add any parking constraints.
No. I mean, I don't know what percentage of the time it would be parked there, but I would think hopefully the majority, if people are doing what they're supposed to be doing.
100% of the time, unless
Right.
necessary to give heat or warning to somebody operating.
Or if someone's broke down or whatever.
And we have that insured separately from the rest of the fleet, so we have 0 insurable use for that ski as a rental. It's identified separately.
Okay, so that would be included as a condition, more or less.
You could add it to condition number 2, says it will limit operations to 12 jet skis and 9 boats. And you could add the additional jet ski for support.
Thank you.
Condition number 3, Claire, has that been satisfied?
That's been satisfied, yes.
Okay, we've all got a list.
Are we done?
I
Reviewing
think we,
everything?
again, I would entertain a motion if anybody's ready.
Everybody had their comments addressed or questions?
It feels like we're landing at the parking in terms of the compliance.
Yeah.
That's kind of the overarching issue. But we need to move one way or the other.
Well, seeing as I don't really have an issue with the parking, I will make a motion to approve site plan review 822 TC Water Sports at Sugar Beach, subject to staff findings of fact, and if I can get to the recommendations.
Page 119.
Oh, I know, it's got a... Recommendations 1 through 6, with the second one amended to include the rescue jet ski.
We have a support by Carl. Is there a second for that?
Do we need to add the no illuminated signs on number 4?
Would you accept that?
Sure.
Okay. Is there a second for the motion with that friendly amendment?
I'll support.
Thank you.
We've got some friendly amendments.
Oh, well, let's have discussion on the motion then.
Number one, we need to change to the latest revision of 6-6-22 instead of 412-22. We need to remove number 3.
Because it's been satisfied?
With the revised site plan, okay, yep,
Did you say remove number 3?
yeah.
Because this is the revised site plan, so number 3 is satisfied by the new number 1.
Okay.
So we'd have conditions 1 through 4.
Can you say that new number again?
Sure, if I put my glasses back on. 6-6-22.
Any other friendly amendments? Okay, so we've got a motion by Carl, a second by Renee. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Ferguson.
Yes.
Edley.
Yes.
Walters.
No.
Nimitz.
No.
Leonard.
Yes.
You forgot
Gonzalez. I think it's
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. I appreciate your time. And thank you all for the consideration here. Again, we're finding our way, but thanks for bearing with us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for your patience.
To make a motion that the planning commission finds that the use is similar to the marina.
I think that, isn't that implicit in what we decided?
I was gonna say,
Wouldn't be able to make a.
We wouldn't be able to.
It's in the minutes, that.
Okay.
Right.
I was gonna say, I was thinking that in the staff report that was included from our ZA. Kind of outlined that, but thank you for that.
If you want to be able to say something, you guys can do motions,
Now we're ready to,
say whatever it is.
It's in the minutes.
It's in the minutes.
It's in the minutes.
in the minutes.
Okay, number 10 is public comment. Open to anyone left in attendance for anything on or not on the agenda. Okay, thank you, everyone. Number 11 is updates from any of the planning commissioners.
Claire let me attend the Michigan Lakes and Stream Conference, so.
All right.
I learned all about the ordinances we need to revise.
Can't wait to hear
Oh, boy,
more.
hey, yeah.
Can't wait to hear more.
No more, it's too late.
Gotcha. Any other updates from anybody? Upcoming meeting dates is July 6th, our regular meeting, and thank you all for bearing with me. This has been interesting to navigate the whole thing, and I hope that we can all kind of learn collectively.
It says July 6th.
It says July 6th.
Yeah.
Mine says 6th.
Mine says 5th.
Mine says 5th.
What am I looking at?
It's July 5th, and
Maybe you need glasses.
Oh.
Mine says 5th.
Okay, July 5th. Meeting's adjourned.